fly away, fly away, fly Oh, you're so cool. I heard you say you gotta live your life in a day. Yeah. I was blind, but now I see. Ain't no one, no, got a hold on me. So fly away, fly But
Fire and flames, I hear echoes of my name being called in a hall of fame. You ever get the feeling your inner cause to be great? I want championship rings and a trophy cabinet display. To be H, I feel like TBE. If I'm mid, then I'm KDB. Rookie, but somehow I still end up as the MVP. My kick game like Fredo, or better yet, MVP. Champion at MP3, that's why they all envy me. Make the crowd shake, make the crowd shake. We did it like that, baby, we did it all way. Bring the sound ring, bring the sound ring. All the fake music on me don't play. Make the crowd shake, make the crowd shake. We did it like that, baby, we did it all way. Bring the sound ring, bring the This is excellence personified. Tell coach, call me in, call my number, I'ma show up. And they ain't no stopping all the shots that I'ma throw up. Been a man since the boy, but now the boy is all grown up. All it takes is one chance to make your life blow up. It's game time.
To go. No map, no light, just scar to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every just when I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
캐리어, 도란, T1 화이팅! 화이팅! DS 슈퍼 화이팅! DNS 파스 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. It's time for the AA broadcast. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Orcs, and we are ready to dive in to two more best of threes here in the LCK for day 3 of week 6. And we're starting off with T1 taking on the DN Supers. And do you know what? These two teams have something in common.
Which is?
They both just lost to Hummer Life Esports.
That's true.
Yeah. And some would say the DN Supers didn't look that terrible in their loss, which is a positive. And finding those for a team that has strung together some of the most losses that we've seen sort of ever is pretty impressive.
It's better luck. That's the main thing. And obviously going up against a team like HLE, it's a big challenge.
Also, I do need to interrupt you because we're going to go off camera soon. These are the carnations for Parents' Day. It's my first Parents' Day, and my son didn't get me anything.
Wow.
I know. What the heck? We've been raising him for like 6 months.
How do you know he didn't get you these?
Like, I sacrificed all my sleep, 0 carnations.
These could have been from Chester.
No, they were from Sunbeam.
Oh, okay.
I watched him come over and put them in.
Maybe he was
can't trick me like that.
Maybe he was just delivering them.
on behalf.
Yes.
Ah, kids these days and their technology, being able to communicate across vast distances, very impressive. Okay, Chess is off the hook. Let's dive into the standings here and have a look at what this Parents' Day is going to hold for the League of Legends. T1 in 4th place here, looking to try and challenge Gen G for that 3rd spot. And the DN Super is just desperate for any sort of victory, be it a game, be it a match, doesn't matter. They just want to find something positive to talk about in the team house, because right now, yeah, those 10 losses in a row, they have not been pretty. As you can see here, 2-0s the entire way through. That is a 20-game losing streak.
Yeah, it's been tough, especially since, you know, LCK Cup, they looked pretty solid.
Yeah.
And then they got that first win against KRX, and it's just been a struggle since then. Going into round 2, the thing is, the way the score carries over to the rest of the season, with the score carrying into round 3 to 4, if you don't start getting wins now, you might just be screwed for the rest of the year.
Yeah, and we're having a look now at our supports and their assists. Lehen's just celebrated his 6,000th, but Life is looking to hit 4,000 here as well. Head up towards Gorilla here, who has, of course, retired for a very long time. And these other numbers are exceedingly large. Carrier Barrel, Kellen, and Delight certainly playing a whole bunch of games and getting a whole lot of assists. We all know which assists were the most important in that list of champions, though. And I guess I don't need to say it because it's obvious. It's Barrel. I didn't need to say it, though, but I did anyway.
You did anyway.
I just like saying his name. I got to say it twice there, and it was in context with the broadcast. Wasn't that fantastic?
You've been struggling this year in general.
I know. It's been so hard.
Your barrels per day is way down.
And honestly, it kind of makes me sad because he's just not here anymore. But the teams are going to make their way out. T1 taking on the DN Supers. DN Supers just wanting to get anything. Even if they look better in the laning phase, we're going to be like, congratulations, heck yeah, DNS, because T1 are looking better and better. Yes, they did lose to HLE, but they did manage to take a game off them as well. And other than that, they've been on a little bit of a tear here in the LCK after about halfway through round 1, where I think some of the circus ran its course.
Yeah, they're definitely looking in much better form right now and kind of ramping up, especially as we head towards the road to MSI. A lot of eye is on our top teams and who's going to be going there, especially since KT's dropped down a couple of pegs. Gen G and T1, the teams who have been consistently attending MSI, have definitely started to ramp up in terms of form. So this is an uphill battle. This is definitely underdog against overdogs. But I think one aspect of it is we've obviously hit the new patch. We haven't seen a ton of experimenting. We've seen little bits. But maybe that's where you bring out a curveball that can help you get a bit of an upset. That's the thing. Coming into today, we have to go in with the context that with a 20-game loss streak for DNS, a game is a huge victory.
It is.
We'll take a game. In a matchup like this against one of the top teams of the league, a single game is a big win. A series is obviously phenomenal, but I think we just take it game by game and see what they can do. We know the players of DNS are capable of much higher highs than we have seen from them here in this season. Every single player on this roster has actually played at incredible levels over their career at different points. It's just a struggle right now. They're not coming together. They currently seem like weaker than the sum of their parts, which is really unfortunate to say.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping that if they can align, we can see some of the form that they showed recently against HLE.
Yep, and the other thing we need to talk about is this guy right now taking a bit of a reset because his birthday was yesterday. So happy birthday to Faker, or it was the day before, it was the 7th. What day is it today? Who am I? Yeah, it was yesterday. So happy birthday to Faker as well. Oftentimes in years past, it has been during MSI that we've been celebrating Faker's birthday, or at least leading up to MSI. And now the schedule has changed. He gets to have a birthday back at home. And so do I, which is very fun. And Bull would too, if he wasn't in Brazil.
Oh, well, he gets to have one in Brazil with his friends and fans. But yeah, Faker's 30th, which is pretty huge.
Yeah. Just shows that those of us who blame our age for crappy mechanics don't really have much of a leg to stand on. Don't look at me like that, Orcs. Stop looking at me like that. I'm happy just to play ARPGs that don't require any sort of mechanical prowess whatsoever and just get better items, okay? That's what I'd prefer to do.
But also just crazy. Obviously, in esports in general, it does trend towards younger players. And 30, a big milestone.
I do think as well that we have seen the stigma shift away a little bit. As Faker gets older, it feels like the limit for how long you can keep playing and how old you can be when you start playing has just risen and risen and risen over time.
I mean, think how different the league's going to be when Fake is 70 years old.
I know!
And we just have a bunch of...
It's going to be StarCraft 2, man, or StarCraft 1, for example, where you've got the same matchups of like Flash taking on Jaedong and things like this. Those guys are like, they've got to be pensioners by now. They've been playing this game for like 30-odd years, and they still seem pretty phenomenally good at it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there is definitely some hope here, and we'll see whether everybody else can take some inspiration from Faker as well and his longevity here in the sport. But let's do it. Let's get into the draft for game number 1 of T1 versus the DN Supers. Second pick has been chosen here for DNS, so we just have the regular blue side, red side, first pick on blue, having a good time.
Yeah, we're seeing more and more of this Jarvan ban come through. There was a period where it kind of transitioned to Jarvan is now the new first pick, and now it's kind of moved more into that ban pool.
Yeah.
We still kind of have the big 4, and then stuff like Jarvan and Bard are very commonly the extra bans, especially, I mean, against Carrier. We did get that...
Yeah, we saw the experimentation, didn't we?
Yeah, we got like the... Maybe, I'm not going to say like annual, but every couple of months they'll throw him a Bard game and be like, oh yeah, he's still...
That was Road to EWC, their matchup against Bro, right?
Yeah.
Where the Bros were just like, you know what? We haven't seen this for a while. Let's see whether the hands are still good.
Still
As
very
it turns
good.
out, still good, yeah.
Yeah, so presumably Orianna, yeah, so big 4 bans, and then Jarvan, Bard coming through. They're going for the Ashe first pick. Something we've seen honestly rising in priority, surprisingly, has been the Rise, which we saw kind of fall off.
The rise of Rise?
Yeah, we saw it fall off when people were countering with the likes of Anivia and Cassiopeia, and then we saw it rise back up again with the move from move towards Deathfire Touch. But the DN Supers are going to go straight for Vi Zig. So we've seen some of these Mage plus Pike kill lanes. I wonder if that's what they're going to go for. We've seen Ziggs Pike, we've seen Mel Pike. You could also go for some like Nautilus. But what you have so far is you have a Vi who has a point-and-click lockdown, and a Ziggs who can press ultimate on the head. So the plan very much in team fights, and potentially before, is to kill this potential Ashe Seraphine. Now, T1 have the choice to not specifically go for the Seraphine here. If they want some more protection specifically for the Ashe, they could go for like the Lulu in this situation, or even just for a melee support, provide some peel. Ashe Seraphine's ins out is a really strong core though, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did just go for that. But they kind of kept their options open in case they're faced with this really hard dive from DN Supers.
Yeah, it does feel like the blind Ashe has become a lot more comfortable with the fact that the Lulu has found success and other things have been able to work. Man, DNS are just snap-locking champions, man. They are not giving us time to talk about it.
So they're going full-on, we are going to explode these backline squishies, and T1 decided to still go for the Seraphine. They deliberated, and even though it means you have 2 kind of potentially vulnerable targets, rather than one who can protect the other, they still commit to that. Now, Annie ban comes through, which would be a bit of a frustrating lane for the Yone, and then Aurora as well. Nautilus ban, probably Pike next, I could imagine. We often see the Ziggs Pike. You could go in a different direction though if there's some top laners you're concerned about for Dudu. But the Nautilus is definitely something that provides a lot of threat.
Yeah, I think the Aurora ban is kind of interesting. Faker really has been struggling on that champion. I don't think it was all that necessary.
Yeah, I think even though Faker's been struggling on it, I think the approach from DN Supers was what is going to be a tough lane for Yone, and just kind of remove these mid lane mages who have a ton of harass.
Yep.
A bit frustrating to play into. Also, with it being the Yone, you know he's not going to go for a Zia most likely in this situation. So you have a bit of protection against that. Now, the DN Super is probably just going to be support coming in here for life. Obviously, it's going to be a tough lane if you end up going for a melee, but it does provide that threat. And they're going to go.
All right.
With a Camille, technically a flex, but probably going to be the support Camille, I would imagine.
Yeah, and Life is the guy, I mean, we talk about this all the time. He was the guy that played Jarvan support, the guy that really was phenomenal at set support, kept playing it. It was a thing, like it was a spark of this set support thing that was just happening all the time. But he was the guy that started it, and he kept playing it and kept winning with it as well. And the Camille, sort of similar to that flavor. We've already seen Carrier have a phenomenal performance on the Camille support. I believe that was in the Bro Series at Road EWC. As the Ahri is going to be the lock-in for Faker alongside the Jace for Doran. And wow, this would be one hell of a 1-3-1 composition if they just throw down a Yorick or something like that.
Yeah, a lot of side lane pressure achieved. I think the Ahri makes sense because it has that mobility to disengage from the engage of the DN Supers to dodge away from some of these tools. The Jace, though, I'm a little bit unsure about here. They end up going for the Cassante, who can kind of contribute in terms of this dive-focused composition of DN Supers, and that is very much what they have prescribed to, is we are going to jump onto your backliners and kill them. Good luck stopping us. I think the problem with the Jace in this situation is that although it provides another target, where if maybe the Ashe is down, you have like a backup carry, I feel like the Jace is going to be quite a fragile option to pursue for this composition of the DN Supers.
Yeah.
I know obviously T1 come into this pretty heavy favorites, but the DN Supers, I like the approach they've taken with the composition. And something I always say is when a team is struggling and having a lot of hardships, to just go for an easier to execute team comp in terms of just a lot of go buttons.
Yep.
The one concern I have though is lane priority is not in their favor really anywhere, and that might cause some early game struggles. If they can weather the storm early, I think that comp works very well in team fights.
Yeah, I agree. And I actually think that you can fall behind a little bit as long as you can coax T1 into those circus skirmishes throughout the mid game, because the collapse from DNS is just kind of absurd at that point in time. So we'll just have to see whether they can make it there. But do you know what to me was the most impressive thing? The confidence and the speed in which DNS locked in all these champions. This seems to be a very well-practiced composition that they put together here, and let's see whether it works just as well on the stage as it may in practice, as we're not going to find out just yet, as we're just going to take a little bit of time as we make our way in. There it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, do you believe in the DN Supers? Maybe 21 games in a row is a bridge too far.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, I'm not going to lie. The DN Supers fans, pretty loud. When obviously it was an absolute eruption from the T1 fans every single time. And normally it's just a meek like, yeah, hi team. But this, very different story here today. We'll see whether they can use some of that energy to come up with a victory here for the first time in what feels like eons. As
Oh, this
life.
is scary.
Oh dear. Well, there we go, some value. Not too bad.
Oh, this is terrible for Owner.
Oh god, yeah. He's gonna have to flash immediately. Gets to the wall. Does have Carrier and Pays moving their way up, but Doctarm's here as well. And we are just 3v3ing over a blue buff already.
Yeah, and in the end, DNS actually back away from this one. Life is still hovering around.
But also, it does mean that Doctarm will get to clear this wave, and I think managed to get experience. So it does have an experience advantage, as Life just grabs himself his little shield with the passive,
Yeah.
wandering his way back as well.
Unfortunately, Life is going to be a bit late to lane. And actually, if you look at Doctarm's XP bar, I don't think he got much experience from that.
Yeah, it actually looks
Destructive
even.
minions. Yeah, so I think also Life being behind an experience is a big thing, because you want levels on the Camille so she can all in.
A bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I think it's a hard one to take that fight. The Ashe Seraphine is so threatening. Ziggs is honestly often pretty good in level 1s because your Q is such short cooldown, it can hit multiple targets. But
And you also
Ashe is-
have a kind of extra button with the short fuse.
Yeah, it's some extra damage there, but I think into Ashe Seraphine, especially since Life's stun was on cooldown, it's such a risky one to take, so they end up backing away, and now Owner's continuing to put the pressure on.
Piotrek just milling about here, as we do have Owner just coming on through, taking it away in his face.
I mean, this is really what Owner should be looking to do in a situation where you have triple prio lanes. You know, that was the concern with this composition for DNS. Can you weather the storm early? and Ona twisting the knife and kind of shutting Pyosik out the game, stopping him from being able to freely gank and keeping an eye on him allows T1's lanes to play out in this manner. Every single lane you can look on the minimap is pushed up into the other half and putting the harass down.
Yeah, it's working very well. As you can see, Life down below half health. Doctarm, very similar story. As they are going to look for a little bit of a reset here. But Paze is ahead by about a wave already here at almost 3 minutes.
Yeah.
It's not a great state of affairs here for the DN Supers. It might be light at the end of the tunnel, though.
I mean, with all these matchups, they are matchups where you weather the storm and it just gets way better. So it's just the fact that it's all three of them at the same time is what makes it concerning. Now,
it does mean they all get better at the same time, though.
that is true. Recalls coming in, getting us a sustain will be good. They also have triple TP, which helps out. We do see here Pyosik crossing over to steal away a camp, and Life pushes in to provide some vision. But notice they don't overstay, they don't go for the red. Put some wards down, so they'll see Ona moving there. But Pyosik is really wary of his opposition and doesn't want to go too aggressive and potentially be punished for it. Now, they do have vision. Remember, Ona has no flash, so maybe if they want to make a play of this.
Yeah, this could be an opportunity here. As we see Doctarm just teleported back to the lane as in they go. Ona is burning down and he's just dead. First blood goes over to Life. And sometimes you'd say, oh, the support stole a kill. That's a terrible thing. I think Camille getting herself a little bit further ahead, it's probably a pretty good thing for this lane.
And notice Ona used Wind Becomes Lightning over the wall to the crows, not realizing they'd been taken by Pyosik. So his only way out had been cleared already. Pyosik gets the kill there, takes the Raptors.
That he already had vision of. Man, it was pretty premeditated.
Yeah, there was just great setup from DNS. And considering how aggressive Ona had played and the priority that T1 had as an advantage, this is a great play to kind of break the mold a little bit. Now, Ona's going to push in here and try and take these Raptors, but he's down in levels compared to Pyosik. So if the Vi finds him, this could be trouble.
Yeah, Pyosik actually is going to be heading away from him, though. Wrapping around.
Or like ships in the night.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting maneuver as Ona is just going to walk on up and start the red buff. And finds Pyosik, who was lying in wait. Jonas Strong really making sure the jump scare worked out here. As, yeah, Ona, no flash, just no way to get out. He's just dead again. He's just going to dab. As Pyosik needs to hit this Vault Breaker, but he will. And down will go Ona. And he'll take the red buff as well. So, yeah, 0-2-0 for one of Ona's best, most famous champions. As Pei's going to have to flash to get out of the way of Life's hookshot as well. So another killable lane. It might be the day. It might be the day, Orcs.
It's a good start, that's for sure. Getting a pretty solid lead here. And again, this is the point where it's most delicate for DNS, where you're absolutely on the back foot the most. And finding these advantages is massive. So Pyosik has just tracked Ona so well.
And it's kind of crazy.
Allowed being able to punish him.
Yeah, and this spills over to the rest of the map, right? If your jungler falls behind and you have all of these, I guess, pushing lanes, it makes it so much more dangerous.
Yeah.
Because now wherever Pyosik goes, he's halfway towards level 6. He will be able to get kills. You can see already, Closer has completely closed the gap, no pun intended. You've got Dudu behind 500 gold still, but obviously the Cassante doesn't really care too much. Once that first couple of items, or the first item especially, comes in, he's just not going to feel too scared of this Jace. And all of those things you were talking about in the draft are going to come true.
Yeah, I mean, you think of the state of the game now. Cassante has picked up a ton of armor into this matchup into the Jace. The Yone has the Vamp Scepter for some sustain, and now has the ult to threaten if Faker steps up a bit too close. That also applies to Cassante. Now you have ult, Jace has to respect that and can't just recklessly harass you without respecting the fact that you can just kill him. And then the bot lane as well. Ziggs getting more points in his queue and some mana behind it makes a big difference. So that early saw point, honestly, it's not like the lanes of T1 suddenly stop having the ability to get priority, but it's a lot more sustainable now for DNS. And we can see Life once again moving with Pyosik aggressively. Pyosik having the ult available means that it is such a big threat. The ult from Vi combined with the stun from the Camille and the Ignite means if anyone gets caught face checking, they're just dead.
Yeah. You can see Ona making sure that he does clear out vision as he once again heads towards Pioshik's Raptor camp.
And they're both moving over. Life and Pioshik are running here. Ona has to be really careful. He does get this, and it seems like he will get away, but the timing was tight.
Yeah, Hawkshot did spot them on the Dragon, and so Ona making sure that he knows that he is going to be all right, as Closer is just going to separate his soul momentarily. Doran is going to have to flash, and he does so immediately.
It's a good flash.
Anytime. Yeah, it certainly is.
You were just very dead if you overstayed. The problem is now, though, he's not in a position where he can really walk up to tower. And does Ona want to move over and help him when he's already behind?
I just want to point something out to you, Orcs.
Yep.
DNS currently on perfect game pace.
That is true. It's early days, but I can't dispute it.
Yep. See, sometimes facts, even when they might be a bit silly, it's still true.
They do open most games. In fact, I'd say all games on perfect game pace.
When you do spawn in, both teams are on perfect game pace. That's pretty impressive.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yep. This time around, though, I mean, they're also going to get the grubs, and so we won't even need to debate whether the grubs are part of the perfect game conversation. All that thing.
Yeah, we don't have to have that discussion that I'm sure people still enjoy and not sick of.
All right, Dudu and Doran just facing off. You can see Dudu with a lot of control in this lane, though. As the steel caps feel pretty phenomenal into the Jace. I wonder whether Doran is going to go for the Black Cleaver build. We have seen that one cropping up more and more recently. It's felt a little bit better into more of these tanky matchups.
I also think just makes you a bit bulkier, which I think into this DNS composition goes a long way. It's either you, Pays, or Carrier. I feel like are the main targets generally.
Oh, nice little Q back there as Dudu. Just bringing out the Dusante to bear. Looking pretty good. It's Closer going somewhat aggressive towards Faker here.
In fact, they also got that first dragon. Got the dragon, got the grubs. Really just allows DNS to keep playing these lanes out as they are and be comfortable. Oh, they're looking for a play.
Yep, in they go. Pays in a lot of trouble. The bouncing bomb is going to connect. It's a decent encore there, though, as now Life in a bit of trouble. And down will go Pioshik, down will go Life. There goes the perfect game and maybe the advantages that DNS had built up for themselves.
A bit of a heavy force there onto Pays. Pays with no flash available. They think he's an easy target to take down. But Dokdam didn't have ult available. They also didn't have the ult from Life, and I just feel like didn't quite have the damage to kill Pays here. A big factor is Pioshik uses his Q over the wall, so it doesn't have that cooldown immediately available. The ult from Carrier is phenomenal. And again, Dokdam not having that ult to follow up is so much damage lost onto Pays. I still think the fight might look a little bit rough because Ona's there to turn it around afterward. But at least if you had Dokdam's ultimate, Pays would have died. And then you take one of the threats out and can hopefully readjust from there. But T1 very quick to respond in that situation. And not only do you get a decent amount of gold for Pays on this Ashe, but you're also getting Ona back into the game. He's now even with Pioshik. Well, about 100 gold down, but much closer than he was before.
Yep, and actually has an item advantage as Pioshik hasn't been back to buy just yet. So feeling very, very nice on the Xin Zhao after a pretty troubling early game. And so there it goes. It was really nice to be able to talk positively about the way DNS were playing out the early game, though. That was really a great moment that I think all of us will cherish for many years to come.
Yeah, it's a good start, but
maybe not years. I hope not years.
I hope we don't need to look back on this as the good days.
When we're talking like, oh, so it's about to be 45 games in a row that they've lost. Do you remember when it was 20 and then they almost managed to win an early game? I hope that conversation isn't necessary, as DNS definitely nowhere near out of it, as this composition is only going to get better as we move towards the mid-game. But they do need to be able to get their ducks in a row and make these skirmishes work. And Pioshik needs to avoid sort of hard forcing as much as he has been.
So,
okay. Pioshik is hit by everything and just Vault Breakers out of there. Should be all right. There's now Dokdam moving on over. Is going to be the Grump secured there by Ona, though, as he does get satcheled back. Fair bit of damage here from the Ziggs.
Yeah, good disengage there from Pioshik. You can see T1 leveraging the power of this Ashe just to set up picks, but unfortunately unable to find the enemy jungler there. But will give them enough space to put pressure on this dragon and equalize in terms of that and get their first neutral objective of the game. You see Dr. trying to get some poke down.
Yeah, Minefield is something they're going to have to walk through here. As Ona even gets hit by that bouncing bomb as Closer is underneath the enemy turret. As Orcs, come on, man. What was it last time we were casting together? We had 3 in a row.
Yeah, it was pretty excessive.
Yeah, well, Dudu is going all out, much like Orcs went all out on the Chemtech Souls. Doran not going to be too worried about it. Let's see first items coming on in for our mid laners. Some shoes together here for Closer. It's not quite towards his Blade of the Ruin King just yet. Faker does have his Malignance. And I feel like the Dusante is biding his time. I think that this could be a big Dudu game.
Potentially. We did just now get the level 6 from Life. He was really behind in XP because he was just letting Docdam solo lane for a good amount of time. Has finally soaked up enough to get level 6, and that ultimate being available is a big tool for setting up plays. We're seeing Pays actually going for the Kraken Slayer on Ashe. We've seen pretty much everyone moving over to the Hex Optics Phantom Dancer.
Yep.
Has been the build we've seen be very popular, so interesting he's gone towards the Kraken Slayer instead in this situation. The sort of older build that we used to have.
Yeah, I wonder what sort of forced his hand on that front, whether it's something that has been cropping up in solo queue back again. But it does feel like the Hex Optics build is pretty powerful. As Carrier and Ona moving up towards his top side. Charm connects onto Life, who is just dead. Ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing he can do about that one. Great pick here from T1. We're really coming alive here in the mid game, as Closer also in a little bit of trouble as well. Rebinds the soul as he ults away to relative safety. That was a very cute arrow, as Pays was guessing where that disengage was going to land. At least we do have Docdam able to clear out the minion wave, so this top outer turret will stay alive for now.
Seeing the pressure just mounting up here, and Faker with a great pick, landing this charm, and Life feeling the pain of being a level 6 Camille when there's a level 11 Ahri who just does not need to do much work to explode you in this situation. We've seen Camille's sometimes really snowball heavily and in the support role, and that helps them a lot. But when you're level 6 and there's a level 12 Jace in the game, it doesn't feel so good. It definitely feels like a scenario where you're going to jump in and you're just going to get obliterated so quickly.
You need to make sure that that ultimate is high value.
Yeah, and you're kind of hoping that your team explodes your target before they explode you. It has allowed them to put a ton of XP on a Docdam who's now level 11, but Life does feel a bit like he's made of paper.
Yeah. Well, flanking teleports come through from Doran here, as we also have the Cassante making his way in. Dudu right into that front line, as that is going to be the secure on the Rift Herald. Ona gets that Crescent Guard out, as now Docdom's in trouble. Doran just dives on top of him, Life dead once again, as Docdom uses the Mega Cone in order to get himself to relative safety, but Faker is able to get over the wall and knock him down. The Dusante trying to cut up Pays, but he gets knocked up and taken out as Faker grabs the double. Now on a killing spree here in this happy birthday game for Faker. And Closer doing the best that he can, as the flash still gets him hit by the arrow, and the charm is going to come on in. Faker might be able to get another one, as another Fate Sealed has to be used defensively, as Closer does get himself out at least. But Doran now going to deal with this outer turret, and wow, from a really nice looking early game to absolute obliteration from about 10 minutes onwards. T1 in full control. Owner just going to flash on top of Pyoshik here. This one feels personal.
Yeah, after what happened in the early game, I think it very much is. And T1, super decisive with how they approach that team fight. For DNS's composition, they want to be the ones leading the charge when it comes to engaging. Instead, it's T1 who set up this great flank. Docdam finds it really hard to position here, tries to satchel away from the Ashe, ends up in the face of the Jace, and then uses the Mega Cone, and Faker with a reset just instantly jumps over and picks up a free kill there. Dudu unfortunately failing his flash over the wall as well. It just felt like this was T1 leading the charge, and DNS, they need to be the ones setting up these engages, so definitely not how they want to play out fights. But with this deficit now, I feel like their win cons might just be out the window.
Yeah, they are few and far between by the looks of things.
Okay, so I was talking a little bit about the level 6 Camille and the concerns.
Yeah.
Still a level 6 Camille.
Uh-huh.
And everyone else on T1 has not only leveled up, but bought items since then. Also, notice Life nearly had the Sundered Sky done before last fight. Still nearly has the Sundered Sky done.
Nearly got it done.
at this point, life is kind of just a free reset for Faker.
That's what it is looking like. Maybe part of the strategy is going to be let life go in and die, see whether you can kill a target, and then do your very best to disengage immediately afterwards, so that then he cannot be a liability, allowing Faker to make you know, a few extra plays. As Dudu is almost dead, as Faker's just going to flash on him. Pathmaker, there's the all-out as well, as Dudu looking for the angle, and there it is, finds the Q, solo bowler onto Faker, and gets the shutdown as well.
Faker chunks out Dudu, thinks I have a kill opportunity if I ult, but the minions blocking his skill shots, not allowing him to land the charm, sets up Dudu to turn the play around and get a pretty sizable shutdown on the K'Sante.
Honestly, the Dusante never fails to impress. Even if they are just losing every single game, he has found his moments. And could be a big deal, could also mean not a whole lot. We still have a 3.5k gold advantage, and T1's composition feels pretty evergreen, even if it doesn't necessarily have a huge front line. Ona has a lot of support to make things work, as we're going to have a look at this one from Dudu's perspective.
Yeah, so I think a big factor was the minions blocking skill shots from coming through. And then just the...
800 gold, not bad.
Yeah.
아 좋았다. 아 손거였네.
Faker not too happy about that one. Yeah, he said his combo messed up, but also I think Dudu played that pretty exceptionally well.
Yeah, gotta respect the ult from the K'Sante. That extra healing makes it just deceptively durable. Even when he looks low HP, he can get a lot of health back. Doesn't drastically change the shape of the game, but influxes of gold like that can really help out.
Not to mention Dudu is going to be much tankier and much more scary in the rest of these fights. It might mean, you know, the difference between Pays living or dying if the K'Sante gets into that backline. So could be important, could also not mean too much at all, as T1 did manage to grab the first Chemtech Dragon. The next one is going to be up in 3 minutes time. Shadow Flame done for Faker as he does complete item number 2. And Closer not very close to that second item. This Ari is still very, very strong. Phantom Dancer done for Pays at the same time as he throws out an arrow in celebration. Sort of like fireworks, ladies and gentlemen. But it doesn't really do a whole lot of everything, as in goes Life, finally presses that ulti button. Kyoshik tries his hand at pressing R, but he will just be escorted to the death chamber. Pathmaker from Dudu, but he gets charmed up, and Closer trying to escape. Faker's going to allow him to also via the death chamber, and they will just execute 4 people in a row.
The turnaround potential from T1 in this situation. The target goes in, they kill him, they move forward, the Ari resets, so powerful. The Encore as well from the Seraphine, the ult funneling in. I was concerned about the Seraphine into this dive threat, but when you're this far ahead, it's very effective. And you see they jump on a Doran, the ult from the Ziggs does seemingly no damage. And Doran, barely under half HP, they can turn the play around, move forward, and just clean everyone up. Dokdam, miles away from the fight, very safe, but just unable really to contribute much other than that ultimate he threw down. Now, Kyoshik's trying to get in the pit for a steal.
Yeah, he's done this before, and T1 certainly remember, but they are making sure they're keeping the lights off, as there is the poop over. That was very cute from Doran to make sure that they could line that one up with the smite, make sure that Kyoshik was unable to get in. And T1 will take a 21-minute Baron. That is a very young Baron.
You know, we've seen a lot of champions who are really good at locking down junglers and stopping them from smite stealing. You have like your K'Santes, your Mordekaisers, who just make it so difficult. This is the first time we've seen like a Jace flash little boot back be the thing, but it just shows the patience and the comms from T1 saying, hey, we need to get Kyoshik out. Do not let this be a steal. We're far enough ahead that realistically, we never have to 50-50 these. And Doran jumps out, knocks the Vi, and that's the timing for the smite. Just really well coordinated from T1 in this situation to give 0 outs for DNS.
Yeah, now it's 7.2 thousand gold. Man, it feels like a million years ago that we were talking about DNS and how well they were doing at the earlier stages. 50 seconds until Soul Point is available here for T1. Soul Point not feeling like it's all that valuable. But if they do get a Chemtech Soul, and I know I like to tease you for causing all of these Chemtech Souls, but pretty high value for T1, not gonna lie. Even Faker has like healing in his kit, but it's mainly for Carrier, who will be able to heal them up very, very well. Ona goes in, gets the Crescent Guard, goes down to about 50%, and then is an absolute raid boss. Certainly going to be a scary thing. Charm connecting onto Dudu here.
They're just losing towers here.
Yeah.
With the Yone TPing back, not on a flank angle, just there to potentially engage from the front.
Moral support is what it felt like.
Yeah.
Don't worry, guys. I am here to help.
Dragon up in 5 seconds should be a pretty easy pickup for T1, and it's a 3,000 Baron power play coming through, so pretty high value there.
Yeah, they've just kind of taken everything that they've wanted to take, and there hasn't been too much of a response. It's now Pyoshik. He has been charmed as he makes his way in, but that is still going to be the fate sealed of the GOAT in the mid lane. Close are going to be able to lock that one down. Life will die as tribute. Storin finds it with a shock blast. Pretty cute. So a 1-for-1 trade, but probably still worth it here for DNS, as Faker worth a little bit more than Life right now. The 1-in-5 Camille. There's a nice satchel there to make sure that Ona does get himself out as the Encore flies on through. Doesn't exactly find the joy onto Docked Armors. Yeah, Ona was really forcing that one, but it is actually going to work out. Megacone gets closer to safety, and T1 will just walk past DNS and take down this inhibitor turret. With Docked Arm dead, that is so much of the wave clear missing, and they should just be able to do whatever they want.
Yeah, DNS find a good pick on a Faker, but T1 really make them pay for it and find multiple kills in the aftermath. And now DNS with the base kind of in shambles, just trying to clear out the waves. 0 deaths.
Yeah.
For this Ashe, for this Seraphine, and for this Jace. These are the 3 champions that I felt like this composition wanted to target the most, and they've yet to kill any of them, even one time. They do find Faker here. The ult to make yourself untargetable when the charm comes in was really good, but this Ashe arrow is great. Sets up the follow-up from Keria. Life dies here to the shock blast. And then Dock Damage is just very overextended. Gets hit here by the Wind Becomes Lightning from Ona. Ona flashes, which actually cuts the Encore short, but just chases down the Ziggs.
Yeah, almost was in extension range here, as Life may be dead one more time. By maybe, I mean he was definitely dead, but I wanted to give him a bit of benefit of the doubt this time around. It's not really his fault, it's just kind of what it's like to be a Camille from behind. As Ona going in, there is still a turret there towards that top side. Is now Faker looking for the angle, will help Ona grab that kill onto the Cassante. Is now Crescent Guard coming on through. Ona is so annoyed by how this early game went. It's what it looks like here as another shock blast will put down Pyoshik this time. They weren't able to get in front of Closer though, so the Fate Sealed gets him back to the fountain, but Ona is still getting over there. And they do manage to at least get something done. That Mega Inferno Bomb just hitting absolutely nothing at all. As Wind Becomes Lightning, Ona becomes dead, but so does the Nexus. And T1 will be able to clobber them in the end. 25 minutes on the clock. And they'll get some celebratory kills before they take down this Nexus. First one since Faker turned 30 and he picks up the W.
Absolute decimation. Clean game from T1, other than a couple of picks here and there. But it just felt like DNS never really found a way to make the composition work as a whole until they got really far behind and T1 was just picking them apart. Definitely feels like that ramp up we've seen from T1 is coming together. That being said, with a game 1 this clean, I'm wondering about game 2. You know, I'm starting to hear some maybe some horns blaring.
Could you hear the elephant?
Yeah.
I think I heard the elephant. Yeah, DNS, these damage numbers are not going to make you feel too good. Ona doing 20.8k is a very large number.
Yeah.
Like, he started the game 0-2. Pyoshik had basically shut him out. That seemed to have only powered him up.
Yeah, I mean, he got so much done in the mid to late game, and this one was just leading the charge. And as you said, it felt personal.
Certainly did, but now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. Afterwards, the Space is going to break down that game number 1. Remember, it is a best of 3. The DN Supers still have a chance to deny losing 10 matches in a row, but they're going to have to do it very, very soon. We'll see you after the break.
진짜 갈게.
들어가도 돼, 들어가도 돼.
갈게.
받을게.
나와봐. 나 못 넘어가. 좋은 소식이네. 저 그냥 파워버 좀.
미드 같은 거 와도 되지 마.
오.
살려줄게, 살려줄게.
좋은 소식이네.
얘 노플이야. 나 공이 줘.
좋은 소식이네. 좋은 소식이네.
카밀 노플.
So young, so free. Ain't nothing got a hold on me. I was blind, but now I see. Ain't no one, no, got a hold on me. So I'll fly away. Fly away. We'll fly away. Fly away. Yeah.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello and welcome to the space. We're here after game number 1 of T1 up against DNS, which honestly was basically just a massive stomp and wasn't too interesting, but we're still going to break it down here. Also, of course, happy Parents' Day here in Korea. Shout out to me and Wolf, who are parents, and also Wadid, who is a father of... Dagon. Yeah, obviously. Should have known. So yeah, that was the game number 1, guys. What did you think about it?
I want to talk about the draft because as a father, I thought the concept here for DN Supers was a little childlike. And the Camille, so Life is the type of player who I want to see playing picks like this, right? Like, this is what he's known for, is kind of these weird pocket picks. And if you're going to be running Life, Trez, but maybe not into the Ashe Seraphine lane. Maybe that's a bit of a tough one, because when you are building damage as a support Camille, you don't have levels, and you're running into Ashe, Seraphine, and Ahri, who has Charm. You're a little bit telegraphed in how you're trying to set up the engage, and any form of CC just means you turn into paper and die before you can do anything. So the early game plan was great. They punished Owner with it, but ultimately, I don't think this pick really was going to work here in this draft for DN Supers.
I also want to kind of explain about how Ziggs bot lane works. Is you actually lose early, and then after you get the lost chapter, you can like push them out with your skill shots, because your skill gets stronger by levels, right? But I think as a Camille support, you kind of want to all in at level 1 and 2, but I don't think it's ideal against Ashe Seraphine. So I think they should just pick Pike 1 to 3, so they can just do more things with the Pike. But I don't think, like, as a Camille support, you really want to play with Ziggs. Yes, you have a insane ultimate combo at level 6.
But the combo.
But the combo.
But the cool combo.
Did we see that combo? Was there a combo?
One time. There was one combo. I don't know if it's in our highlights, but we'll have to wait and see. We do need to talk about this bot skirmish, because
I don't want to talk about it.
We have to, Wolf. I'm sorry.
Keria is like, there's no way these two melees are going to come into my melee range of me when I have my Charm and Root, right? And like, basically, Keria just makes them look like fools. He's like, I just think this angle here was not an angle, and they felt desperate and they committed to it. But I mean, when you're watching that, it's like watching a car crash. You're like, no.
I mean, Owner had some rough time in the early game because Life Camille did some invade with it, but because of that, he was really behind in levels, right? So that's why Seraphine Keria was really ahead in levels, so he could have the ultimate there. So it was not a good idea to just take the fight blind. Even like, you don't even know where Xin Zhao is.
I think even if Keria doesn't have ult there and he just hits the root, the result is not that different, right? But he hits both, of course, because he hits the ult first, then has the free root. I think so, the idea here must have been working in scrims, like against other comps, and they kind of forgot like what their enemy comp was and still like executed the plan, but it just, you know.
I mean, I think it kind of showcases like that how DNS thinks right now, is because like we have so many warning signs, right? Like Seraphine's level 6 and we don't know where Xin Zhao. Like it's like you're driving car and you can see the sign signal like in front of your car, the thingy, you know?
Dashboard,
like you see,
get the dashboard.
Or you could, it's almost like you see the curve coming and there's like the yellow arrows that's like, hey, slow down, it's a slow down coming
please.
up. But Pioshik is like,
all right,
Florida.
I'm gonna go full throat.
Yeah, I just feel like maybe they just wanted to get all of this engage, all this poke together, or not poke, but pick, and just try to put 2 and 2 together. But as you guys were saying,
no setup on this objective.
Oh man,
yeah, this was
this is crazy. Like look at Dum, like he's just not having fun.
They tried to like engage onto Doran to get out, and it's just a disaster. Dudu fails the flash as well, which I don't think would have saved him anyways, by the way, because both the Jace and the Ahri are on the other side. But This was just painful. And you could just feel, I think, both desperation out of DNS, but also there's a clear like feeling of demoralization in the squad, right? Like they're not playing at their best. They're not playing as well as they did back in LCK Cup or even as well as they were in round 1. Feels like there's kind of a downward spiral, and I want to see them get back on the horse.
It's kind of huge disappointing, but I don't want to go hard yet because there's one more game. But this ain't right.
DNS on a massive loss streak, and we can feel it. We can feel the pain from here. Hopefully they get back on that horse, as you guys were saying. T1, though, looking strong in that first game, unsurprisingly. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. And yeah, a little bit disappointing, especially after a pretty good start for the DN Supers. At least we had that moment, though, Ox, that we're going to be talking about for months to come.
They were in line for a perfect game.
They were.
Which is how, as we discussed,
do you know what the best thing
every
is?
Game starts.
Exactly. They're going to have that moment again.
Oh, they are.
Exactly. That's happening as we speak. We're preparing for it. It doesn't even matter what champions they pick. If you keep that in mind, the design is... I feel like I almost started quoting Linkin Park by accident there, which is a Parents' Day reference because we're old, us parents, and that's why we like Linkin Park. That's where that's how I linked it back to today.
I thought you were saying Parents' Day because your son is called Chester.
He is called that as well.
I thought that's how you were looping it back in.
Yeah. He was the former frontman of Linkin Park in a past life was my son. And let's get into the draft for game number 1, where in a former life, DNS were able to win games. But it is not this one from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, and I think there was some good moments. I know we're saying that the perfect game pace thing is a little bit of a joke, but it was a decent start. It just felt like the coordination, the team fights, they weren't able to find it. I don't dislike the strategy from DNS of going like we're having a dive-focused composition, a lot of go buttons, so we're just going to start a fight that way and hope it works. But it obviously was a bit of a struggle for them to pull it off there.
Yeah.
Now, we are seeing the Jarvan potentially being left open. It's the choices, Jarvan or Orianna. And it ends up being the Lee Sin ban from DNS, which is interesting because it's something Pyosik normally prioritizes. But this kind of signals to me they are willing to give over
the
one
Orianna.
of the picks. But now, the problem I have with this is you give over Orianna.
Yeah.
Presumably, the trade is you pick up Jarvan. But what is a pick that Owner is pretty phenomenal on? And it looks like they're going to take it away themselves. But if that's the case, surely T1 just picked Jarvan. You see what I'm saying here? Is that like,
there's a bit of an Orianna Jarvan issue that they are perhaps running into here.
they can't trade Orianna Jarvan because then T1 would take Nocturne, and Nocturne Orianna with Owner on Nocturne would feel phenomenal. But in this situation, they get Orianna and Jarvan, which are two of the really frequently banned picks on this patch. And I think T1 feels pretty good about. Now, DNS have gone for this, once again, dive-focused composition. With Closer on Akali, with Pyosik on Nocturne, they definitely want to target mobile carries in this situation. And we'll see if T1, I think, probably just pick up something for Doran in this situation.
I wouldn't even mind like a blind Gnar here, weirdly enough. I feel like it pairs pretty well with the Jarvan. Instead, Nico is going to be denied. We've seen Nocturne Nico be a very powerful combination. We saw it yesterday. Even though it was like in an Ezreal Nico type situation, with the Nocturne there, it is able to work out. As what is Closer going to be picking up here? Will it be something for Dudu and then they can protect it? Could be one of those options, but instead they're just going to take away the Jhin. We've seen Jhin alongside the Nocturne also find a bit of success here, but Jhin always makes me sad.
So it has the follow-up when you dive in, but I think the denial of the Nico, Nocturne Nico, I was thinking DNS might take Nico third to pair that all together. Denying the Kai'Sa away from Pays, and for T1, I think hammering away at some of these supports that can pair with this style of composition has a good amount of value here. Just trying to limit the ability of DNS to fly in and blow up. Right now, probably the Orianna, but after that, whatever Pays picks up here, the Ezreal already banned would be a pretty safe pick. Now, they banned the Pantheon, which could have been a life pick. Coming through.
I mean, it has to be, right? There's already a Nocturne locked.
Yeah, definitely something he could have lent on to just follow up on that threat, follow up the dive that the team has. and once again play, you know, a sort of carry-based support.
Maybe they ban Set as well. If they're really going through his greatest hits, that would be a cute one. But instead, the Vayne going to be taken away. And it might sort of indicate a potential Renekton pickup or something like that. There is still Gnar available, so maybe wanting to just go for the Gnar instead. Vayne has been picked into that as well. But we'll just have to see. Dr. Willie just going to be locking down a pick for life, and it looks like that is going to be the option here. The Rakan has found some success with the Nocturne, of course.
I like the Rakan just to follow up and layer the CC with some of these threats. Looks like it might just be the Sivir coming out on the other side. Pick that is pretty short-ranged, but obviously has some good safety tools, and the ult can kind of allow you to boost up your team speed, potentially disengage from DN Supers trying to dive in.
Yep. And you also have the Jarvan on your side as well, so you're not too worried about being locked in place. Certainly find a bit of success here. You will be outranged in the earlier stages, as there is that blind Renekton that we were talking about. So the Dudu Gnar, probably something that we're going to see. At least that would be my expectation.
Seems pretty expected. I do like the Renekton into these sort of dive-focused compositions, because when you're going forward, targeting the carries, the Renekton just existing can be such a problem. The amount of damage he does to anyone diving in, especially when you have champions like Akali and Nocturne who aren't the tankiest. The Dominus and just his AoE is such a problem to deal with. We've also seen, even though Gnar is consistently picked into Renekton, and honestly does pretty well in terms of the game, the laning phase we've been seeing our Renektons do better and better in the early levels and have more and more pressure. So I think once again, we end up with kind of similarly themed compositions to Game 1, wherein DNS Supers have a very clear objective of we're going to dive in and try and kill your mobile backline. T1 have some counter-engage tools, and this time, though, I'd say more so have less laning prowess compared to Game 1. You know, Game 1, they had triple prio in all lanes. This lane, not necessarily going to be guaranteed in that regard. But I think a big aspect of it is having just really strong scaling picks in the Orianna and the Sivir means you're chilling if this game does go later.
Yep. Bit of a Doran fan there in the audience, as we can see. This is a bit of a cute one. Definitely elaborate. But I'm a bit worried, Ox, because I see this draft from T1, and I think that if they can make it to, like, I don't know, 18 minutes into the game without a 3,000 gold deficit, and even that is being lenient, then they are going to be so fine moving into the later stages. The DN Supers feeling like they need to get their ducks in a row early. Let's get into it. Game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift 4, the second game of this series. The DN Supers just wanting to not lose 22 games in a row.
Yeah.
That's 21 right now.
And, you know, honestly, with the matchups, obviously Game 1, it was kind of guaranteed that T1 would have triple lanes of prio. They could end up with that in this game. It's just, I think there is more leniency for top and bot lane to fight it out. Obviously, Rakan into a range support. You are going to get harassed down, but you have the sustain, the Gleaming Quill. Jhin as well has some good pushing power. Mid lane, Faker is obviously going to be able to shove closer in. And top lane, I expect Doran to have priority. We have seen some Nars challenge. You can see a good trade there from Dokdam.
Yeah, manages to find that 4th shot. FaZe putting on the pressure back towards him. Ghost is the decision here for FaZe, so Dokdam just using his barrier there. Doesn't need to worry about a barrier in response, but FaZe will have that extra movement speed. Man, he's going to be running real fast in this game. As Closer trading out pretty well. Of course, the former protege of Faker on T1. And we have seen this matchup go both ways. Obviously, it's going to always be hard for the Akali in the earlier stages, but can certainly make things happen as that Gunblade comes in, as level 6 is collected, and those all-in threats become a little bit more dangerous. But like you were saying, early game lane priority is going to be a little bit amiss here for the DN Supers.
And, oh,
Yeah, Dudu actually going in here as Doran in a bit of trouble, having to flash out of the way of the house that isn't a house with this particular skin, but I still want to call it that because it's very fun to do so.
Yeah, bit of a mistake there from Doran, ends up losing the flash for it. Also note that Paze has gone Ghost here, not Barrier, so obviously a lot of strength and movement speed, especially when it comes to team fights, but in terms of laning pressure, don't have that extra trading power. We obviously saw Dr. use his Barrier earlier to help out the trade. They are getting pushed in, they are getting harassed. Life hasn't found an angle to punish as of yet. And we'll see if he does find one going forward. Now with level 3, this is a point where I think the Rakan can start to threaten a bit more.
Yeah, Deadly Flourish being used to farm out the wave. Some really weird angles for buttons being pressed there as Paze throws a boomerang sideways and does some weird stuff as Carrier is just going to walk towards Doctarm, and they're going to look for the kill, and it's just going to happen. Oh my goodness, that was the real Nico. That was a little bit of the smoke and mirrors that Carrier is known for.
Life has heal.
Well, he still has heal. Oh.
Yeah. Life goes to set up vision, and Carrier using the heal to set up display. Doctarm holds his flash, thinks I can survive this, and then they think they can survive with the shielding coming through.
Yeah, nicer indeed. Carrier having a bit of a giggle.
What I find kind of frustrating about this is, think how many times in lane we've had heal thrown out.
For no reason, yeah.
And just for like trading, and you have a real opportunity to just decisively save your AD carry there, and it's held, and now it's a kill lead for Paze in the bot lane.
And it's even worse, he's got Spellbook, man. He could have had another summoner spell pretty quickly.
Bit of a frustrating mistake. Obviously a great setup, great play from T1 there, but definitely could have been played better by the DN Supers.
Yeah, unfortunate, but not the end of the world just yet. The problem is that it is the DN Supers that need all the help they can get to find wins, as Carrier continuing to be annoying. Stops, closes back. Will be able to make his way out, no worries there, as Pyosik was chasing him down. DN Supers now with a little bit of an attempt onto Paze, but fantastic spell shield there on the grand entrance. Now the heal is going to be used. Nice work.
Able to disengage from that one, just burn the spell shield from Paze and the Ghost, but spell shield pretty low cooldown.
Yeah, Ghost as well, not the most massive of cooldowns either.
Doctarm is taking a lot of damage.
Indeed. I don't know when it gets better here, Orcs. That's the thing that I'm worried about for the DN Supers.
Well, at least there's some team fighting threat if they can coordinate that with the Nocturne and the Akali and the Rakan. Level 6 of Pyosik will be a big game changer when T1's bot lane are playing this aggressive. You'd like to see something come from that. For now, though, they're going to set their sights on the Dragon. Pyosik going to try and pick that one up for free.
Yeah, just walks on over and starts hitting it. It is a Mountain Drake, so it's going to take a bit of time. But we'll see how he is going to do, getting through that one. Dudu, yeah, throws a rock at the cannon. We'll be able to lock that one down, as Closer is going to come on over and help his Nocturne out. As Life coming on in as well, but Owner is going to come down. And let's see whether this turn is going to be effective, as Pyosik in a fair bit of trouble here. And that is the steal on the Dragon as well. The Pyosik took about a year to try and take down. Carrier going with some of the funny businesses. Now Faker with a dissonance will be able to take down Life. And now it is 3-0, and the DN Supers haven't got anything yet.
Yeah, this one kind of, you know, credit to T1, of course, for going for this play for the punish, but DNS just, it felt like they kind of just gave up on the Dragon. You know, Pyosik was doing it so slowly. They see Owner coming, who's already level 6. He prioritized farming from Pyosik spending so much time in this Dragon, and Pyosik has flash, by the way, and just kind of sits in the Cataclysm and dies. Loses the Dragon, loses his life. Life is already chunked out and ends up going down to Faker.
Yeah, this is where he loses his life, actually.
This whole passage of play from DNS felt very lackluster. And it just kept, you know, I understand the want to get that early Dragon pickup, but going for a play like that, when you know it's going to take so long to take, you don't have the level 6 on Nocturne yet, you're just begging for T1 to contest you, inviting them in, and don't have the tools to deal with them when they do. And now you're already at such a deficit so early in the game.
And the thing that makes it feel even worse is that it's a Jhin just trying to survive in lane. But once you get out of lane, you're against a Sivir who's accelerated in your Jhin.
Yeah.
So it just doesn't get better. Oh, the double root to come through from Carrier here. But there's not too much of a follow-up as the 2v2 dive is a little dangerous.
We've honestly seen, I feel like Nico fall off a little bit generally in terms of teams just haven't had the same level of pressure. There's been like the Ezreal Nico that struggled. But in this game, Carrier is just putting so much pressure down, consistently landing these roots, consistently landing this damage, and kind of showing why Nico was such a feared pick and at times was getting first rotation banned.
It was something that Carrier was also at the forefront of when Nico was having a heyday.
Yeah. So definitely playing the champion extremely well in this situation. And Duran has his flash back up after that early mishap. So now going to look to set up a play here. Life is going to find Ona or be found himself.
Yeah, he's just going to find himself with not a whole lot of his health bar as Dudu needs to come on over and allow a battle dance, but it's not going to work. The spear just pierces through the Rakan. And Ona doesn't have Cataclysm anymore, but will be still able to get the flash out from Dudu. Now they will just reap the rewards of all of these plates. The minions will just perish as well underneath this turret. And the good news still not here. Finally, we do have Pyosik pressing that R button. We'll get the flash out from Pays, who just runs his way out of there. Curtains have been called. It's Pays just trying to get himself out. Does get the heal and avoids all of those bullets.
Yeah, able to dodge away there. Just have to burn both summoners to get out of that situation, but you'll absolutely take that. The Pyosik's first ult not really getting the value he wants.
Oh no. Oh, Ox. Heal was up.
Yeah, I was going to mention it. Heal was available when he died there.
I feel like could have been used a couple of times now where it would have been a little bit better.
Yeah, someone called Life.
Yeah. Well, Closer are going to get shockwaved. He will need to go back home because that's a lot of his health bar now missing. And this is, how we were talking about perfect game pace in the last game.
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
we can talk about it again.
DNS are not on perfect game pace. They actually lost that a while ago. They did start the game with it, but it quickly disappeared. T1 have maintained it, though.
They have.
Impressively enough.
We're moving towards 10 minutes in this game as well. There has been one plate the DNS has been able to pick up. Pop Blossom on top of Dr. Arm here. As Carrier just walking up to two people and feeling pretty happy about it.
Yeah, Dr. Arm doesn't flash there because there's no follow-up, no one with Carrier to threaten, but nearly goes down to Carrier himself. And Carrier playing so aggressively here.
Look at him go. Oh my. If he had have stopped that recall as well, I would have called for a pause.
I would
just don't think it's very fair.
Jhin has disconnected from the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, now Ona try to go for this play before onto the Gnar, but found a Rakan instead. This time, we'll find the Gnar.
Yep, there's the stun. Dominus comes through, and the Cataclysm, like every button's pressed, and down will go the mini Gnar. Nothing that Dudu can do there. So we will have a look at Ona versus Pyosik. Yeah, Ona certainly getting a whole lot more done in this early game.
Absolutely. And the expectation is, Jarvan can have that early pressure, but it wasn't even pre-6. Post-6, Ona's continued to find this pressure, and Pyosik just hasn't really... He had that one ult bot lane, didn't get the value. Now you're 4,000 gold behind already. Where are you ulting? Because, mid lane, it's a Catalyst, Orianna, not the easiest target, who keeps chunking out your Akali. Top lane, the Renekton with Flash does not seem like a good time. Bot lane is probably the easiest, if we're being honest. But last time they tried that, they only got the Summoners. They are still down, so maybe you try and kill the Sivir. But the longer you wait, the further this game is... Oh, no.
Oh, dear. Shockwave is going to get spell shielded by Pyosik, but Life is just dead. Closer looking for a bit of an angle here, but Pyosik's just looking to escape. The DN Supers just can find nothing in this game. Carrier, another phenomenal snare. There is the Twilight Shroud, so Closer will keep himself alive, but, I mean, it's defense at best here for the DN Supers, and T1 are just rolling over them in this one.
Yeah. I feel like this one, it's still early, but it just feels like DN Supers aren't able to find any real way in.
Well, Doctor gets the jump on Pays. Loses the trade. Not really a whole lot of value there from the spell shield, but Ona is going to be taking down this Drake. That will be Dragon number 2 going their way. No Chemtech Soul this time around. We'll have a look at what that Soul is going to be. It's a Cloud. Heck yeah. T1, thank you very much. Always bringing the Clouds.
Cloud Soul with this composition as well is very scary.
Oh, yeah. FaZe was already running very, very fast, and now it is going to be even faster. On the hunt, plus Cloud Soul is just kind of ludicrous.
I think we've seen, you know, obviously, okay, we've seen, you know, Ona put the attention towards top lane. Ona put the attention as well just into finding members of DNS like Pureshik in the jungle. I feel like the mid lane matchup is one we haven't really laser focused on, but Fake has picked up some kills in these skirmishes and now has a substantial lead over Closer on this Orianna. I mean, everyone has a substantial lead, but his is actually the biggest in the game.
Yeah.
On this Orianna.
Slowly but surely, it's building up to be that monster in the late game, as the Orianna can certainly be. Wants to get that Seraphs together, but already does have the Rod of Ages. Don't even know whether we'll see it at 10 stacks, given how quickly this game has deteriorated. As Ona has found Closer one more time. Closer, obviously, with the Twilight Shroud available, should be able to walk his way out of there. Didn't even require it. There's now Doran shoving in towards this bottom side of the map. And just to check in on the things that DNS have been able to get this game, it's doubled. It's now 2 plates.
Oh, I thought you were going to say like 00 is 0.
Hey, that means it's also quadrupled, if that's what you want to talk about, as now in goes Closer, looking for a bit of an angle here. The all-in onto Faker, as Faker will at least flash away, and the backflip doesn't land. And Faker will stay alive. That is everything invested there for Closer, but just not quite able to get there.
Yeah, close, but unfortunately, Faker just able to be tanky enough and dodge that final shuriken. The Gunblade from Closer, a big spike, and a great angle to look for the all-in, but just isn't able to pull it off. And now this mid tower, I think, might just be Gonzo.
Yeah, that one's gonna blow up for sure. That'll be first turret going over to T1. That's almost like a 6.5k gold lead, 6k. Yeah, that is big money that they have collected for themselves.
You know, I feel like this is on me, because after game 1, I kind of set up the, maybe game 2 is going to be a circus, and sometimes the teams do just love proving me wrong.
Yeah. It can't always be your incredible Halma Life Esports prediction, you know?
True.
Sometimes the caster curse has to reign supreme.
At least I will acknowledge it.
Indeed, and you have to. Like, understanding that the caster curses are real is the first part to becoming not fired here in the LCK.
True, because the person who got fired recently wasn't a believer in the caster curse.
Indeed.
So
we get rid of the caster curse deniers here.
Correlation, causation, and all that.
I am all about the outcome-focused assessment, as I've been taught.
It's so evergreen.
Indeed. What is also evergreen is T1's ability to keep winning in this game. That is only... the winning has become more winning, and which has bred more winning, and then they have won more. That's kind of what's happened in this game.
But they do have the bread. They have the green as well, in terms of the gold they have.
Yeah,
well, looking for Faker.
They might be able to get him. No flash here on this Orianna. He was running relatively quickly, but that is the end of the perfect game, ladies and gentlemen. Closer will be able to finally find his mark, as Ona just takes the Eye of the Herald and will be able to wander his way out. Doran is also going to collect an outer turret in the bottom lane. So yeah, it is kind of Faker for all of their stuff, as Ona will get exhausted, finds a Cataclysm, just puts them in the pen. And gets rid of them. Wants to be able to steal away his own blue buff with a flag. That would have been very embarrassing.
Yeah, so although, I mean, it's good that DNS got the kill. They got on the scoreboard. Unfortunately, losing that tower in the bot lane, losing the Herald, you can't say that they were probably going to lose those things anyway, but still does not feel great for them to get this one kill in return for all that. The fear comes out from Pureshik, and he gets ahead of Faker to send him backwards into the rest of his team. This comp is good at getting these picks. If you find someone isolated, you can easily pick them up, especially when Faker has no flash. My problem is that one pick isn't going to drastically change things.
Having a look at the replay here, Doctor needed to flash because a Sivir walked at him.
I mean, Sivir does tend to walk very fast after hitting you.
Yeah.
So was it? I'd say a bit more like the power walking.
That's true.
Like, you know, the Malcolm in the Middle episode where Hal gets into power walking.
He really had good form.
He did.
Yeah, I studied that. I remember. I liked that episode. I'm also a bit of a power walking connoisseur. You really got to get those hips moving.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you can't get the extra speed.
Make sure you don't do a little hop. Don't take.
Oh, no. If you got 2 feet off the ground, then you are immediately disqualified.
That's running.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that. Even if you're just doing it alone, you'll know that you've been disqualified, okay?
Not being true to yourself.
Exactly.
Or the sport that is
And
power walking.
We all know that we are our harshest critic. And so we can't do that to ourselves. As, yeah, this is a really dire situation here in this game. I have a feeling that DNS might be moving to 11 losses in a row. I think that might be happening here. As it's a 7,000 gold lead, 17 minutes into the game. We have Cloud Drake taken here by T1 as well. And so they will be able to, like, they could have used a Battle Herald, but there was just no real battle to be had. So Shelly is just going to wander down this mid lane. And we're setting up a siege with a Sivir, and it's working. As they do pilot Shelly forward. That is going to be Ona going a little deep, but there's Carrier finding the Pop Blossom into the Shockwave, and it eliminates everyone. Pyushik trying to get something done. Dudu there as well, but Closer is likely to die. Faker with a big old shield keeping himself alive, and Dudu is going to die as a result. They're going to break the base at 18.5 minutes. Oh my goodness, just give Carrier the palm.
Ona starts a fight, but Carrier just slides in and gets the Shockwave combo. You know, I think they were expecting just a siege to come in, a tower hit. Ona flies forward, and then Carrier bounces off the Cataclysm, and then goes in for this triple ult into Shockwave combo.
My goodness.
Absolute decimation. And then the solo laners of DNS try to clean up the chaos, but unfortunately aren't really able to achieve much.
Doran is gigantic in this game as well. Able to tank up so much, 2,500 gold ahead. Doesn't have the largest lead in the game though. That belongs to Pays, who is getting towards item number 3 pretty quickly. And you've got Doctarm with the saddest of slingshots. It's a scoped slingshot though, Ox, which I think is a better one.
That would look pretty cool.
Yeah.
You can imagine someone putting a scope in this. How would you even get that on your slingshot without like blocking the sling?
It would be hard to operate.
You'd have to like side mount the scope or something.
Or it's like it turns it into a diamond shape and it's at the top.
Oh yeah.
But then how do you look through it?
Oh yeah, true. If you had, yeah, and then you, above. Yeah, I can see that.
You need like a periscope though, so that you can still do it to the side. Otherwise it has to go into your head if you're ever going to look at it, and it'd be too far away. Unless it's really long, kind of like a pirate's telescope, you know? You're looking out of the crow's nest with your scoped slingshot.
You know, I feel like these are the sort of things David considered in that long ago battle. And considering this matchup is kind of going that direction, maybe they need to be having this discussion for DNS.
Yeah.
Is how to optimize their slingshots.
At least now Doctarm has turned it into a gun, so we just kind of know where it goes when it comes to a gun. Don't really need to talk about it as Doctarm is going to be heading towards the Death Chamber perhaps as Ona goes in once again. Life with the defense. Oh dear.
I feel like this often happens where when you're so far behind, the Rakan goes in and it's like, please someone help me get out, and no one wants to walk in the air.
Nope.
So he just dies. Life.
Well, here's the re-engage. All right, Pop Blossom used defensively here, but Carrier will be taken out. The curtains have been called. The T1 are just going to wait it out, and they will lose their 3rd champion of the game. This is a very early part of the game to be sieging inhibitor turrets, right? So it is a little dangerous for T1 in this one. 1.5 minutes on the Dragon, as Doran does have to flash to get out of the way of that deadly flourish. Hayes completes the Mortal Reminder though. He has a full armor penetration item.
I don't think they needed Reminder. I think DNS are very aware of their mortality at this point.
Yeah.
It is Doctarm getting trapped in the Cataclysm, and then this is the sad moment where Life is like, please help me, and Doctarm's like, I'm sorry, you're on your own. They go for this turnaround play, and they do manage to explode Carrier pretty quickly, but unable to really find too much more on the back of the play. And that's kind of the problem, is that you can see DNS's composition, what it wants to do. You can see them get these occasional picks, but they are just not really capable of finding much more in terms of the team fight. It's a 10,500 gold deficit right now.
And it's 30 seconds away from this Cloud Soul as well. 21 and 50 seconds into this game as Dudu taking a fair bit of damage here, but going to be able to get towards his inner turret and will be somewhat safe for now. Owner is on the top side of the map. Looks like T1 are a little bit more focused on the Baron at this point in time.
I think secure and control the Baron, just making sure that DNS aren't going to try and
2 Groms!
shenanigans there.
What does it mean? Valkyrie is going back to his people. He's going back to his people. Go, go, go. There we go.
Wait, he's trying to line up. He's trying to line up.
There we go.
Wait, is that
Spaghetti code?
Is that a visual bug?
Spaghetti code? All right, he finds the Pop Blossom onto 3. Oh no, it worked, ladies and gentlemen. He will get taken out. But still, 2 on the floor here for the DN Supers as Doran dashing around like a maniac. Will get, okay, Cataclysm comes through and down will go Closer. Now will be the final kill in this fight. I cannot believe that that worked.
I can just imagine the comms in that moment. Hey guys, have you seen this Grump?
Yeah,
really funny
Grump looks
looking.
so weird, man.
Oh my god.
And we knew exactly what he was going to do. I thought that there was no chance that that was going to work. As you can see, Carrier is. I think Yoshik just walked up.
Yoshik figured it out and went, wait, this is their support, and attacked it, and then they just immediately got flattened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
두꺼비를 숨어 있을게.
Okay, let's see it from Carrier's perspective. That's all right. Okay, there we go.
여기
In position.
봐줄래? 여기 봐줄래?
That gets the ward over. They see the ward go down, and at least Octane flashes. It's just laughing,
I just really want to know at what point they noticed.
All right. I mean, at least we do have the fun little moment in the game that it's been over for about, maybe like an hour. It's all right. Faker with the dissonance will be able to take down Dudu here. As now Closer looking for a bit of an angle. It's the Pop Blossom onto Pyoshik, though, who just doesn't really have a way out. He tries to turn off the lights, but it's his lights that do go out in the end. And now we'll have T1 marching towards the enemy Nexus. Bit of fun towards the end there, but honestly, this was utter demolition. Back-to-back games here for T1, continuing their warpath here in the LCK, really tidying up the play from earlier stages. Obviously, they did lose that game against HLE, but it was pretty close. And I imagine they'll be meeting each other in the Legend group as well. Happy birthday also to Faker, who did turn 30 yesterday, and will be able to celebrate with a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, pretty crushing win from T1 in this one. No shenanigans really going on other than the little Gromp adventure we got from Carrier. Just kind of showing the form that this T1 has risen to. And even though DNS is not their hardest opponent they're going to face, I think T1, as we get closer and closer to that road to MSI, they are really locking in their level of play and showing what this team is capable of doing.
Yep. And we know that they're pretty capable of like winning the World Championship, for example. They seem pretty good at that compared to all other teams in the world. And they are continuing to look great as they ramp up. This is a team that generally starts off slow and then continues to ramp, but they could even be playing worse than this at this point, and I'd still say they're in like world champion pace.
Yeah.
Based on what they have done in the past.
I mean, if we're being honest, it's kind of like the every game starts on perfect game pace.
Yeah.
Every year for T1, it kind of starts.
Absolutely. It's like 0-2, 0-2, 0-2. Oh no, T1 looking fantastic form for taking the World Championship trophy this year. But yeah, maybe they're even playing too well at this point in time. Although I think a match against the DN Supers is not really that much of a gauge, which is very unfortunate. Their woes do continue here, and the reason why we're talking about T1, largely because they won, but also because we're trying to avoid talking about the DN Supers because it's only sadness here, as they haven't won a single game since they beat KRX in the very first match.
I think what's frustrating is that LCK Cup started off well.
Yeah.
And it's once again, it's just reminiscent of last year, and they've changed a good portion of the roster. Obviously, they have brought Life back in, but they had a different support, a different AD carry, different AD carry and mid are still there. And it just feels like it's the same team. The name of the team even changed.
Yep.
It still feels like it's the same team. I think it's just frustrating because, as was said before, we've seen so much more of every single player on this roster. And games like this, it just feels like the wins for them, not even in terms of games or series, but the little moments where they find advantages are so few and far between. We're holding on to, a kill onto Faker in the side lane as a highlight in the game for them. And it's just a window for really strong teams like T1 to kind of style on them, which, it's great for T1 to look phenomenal, but not so good for the DN Supers.
Yeah. Keria having an absolute day out here today. I think that his week so far has been incredible. Honestly, was the main character in their series against the Bros earlier on as well. And today, making Nico look like a way better pick than she's looked like for quite some time here in the LCK, especially with this little cute Gromp trick that somehow managed to actually work. I swear it was never going to, but it absolutely did. Faker is just going to flash over and murder Dudu. The Orianna was quietly gigantic in this game. Pays as well. I mean, we weren't talking about him too much, but just did so much damage in this series. I think Keria probably going to get the PON. Yeah, just did too much cool stuff.
In this game, he definitely had a pop-up performance, the sort that really makes you appreciate the things he can do on picks like Nico. I feel like Ona also had a really good series. Obviously started a bit rough in the first game and then completely popped off. We just had a lot of early impact. Faker also kind of crushing in lane and in teamfight impact in both games. So
intrigued. Obviously, I don't have a vote, so I haven't swayed it one way or the other. Faker doing the most damage in this game by a country mile, I think, as well.
Series like this, where they're crushing so hard, I think there's a lot of good votes.
Certainly are. Yeah, 4 kills away from a perfect game here for T1. They did do some happy gaming towards the end there, but you can see that goal graph is exceedingly linear. I don't think the coach is going to have very much to say about a series like this, as Keria will be able to pick it up. 1-1 and 15 on the Seraphine was pretty amazing. Denied that initial engage from the DN Supers and really kind of put them on the back foot early on. And his Nico was just having the best time ever. He'll move up to 300 points alongside a whole lot of people, to be honest.
Yeah, a lot of people on 300 points. Ona also on 300 points in terms of other T1 members.
Yep.
And I think that Nico moment, there's been a lot of Nico moments from him. There's the one where he pretended to be the clone around Baron Pit. There was the wolf walking through
when he towers Docdom as well.
Yeah.
That was pretty cute.
I'm talking about historic.
Historically,
I feel like it goes into those Keria Nico moments. There's like a folder full of them.
This was definitely a good one. Also, Faker gave us little biscuits. Aren't they cute? Look at this little cookie thingy.
Adorable.
Yeah, just to celebrate his birthday. So happy birthday to Faker once again. But now it is time for the interview. Let's throw it on over.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Keria on the side of T1. You just secured T1's 7th win of the season. How do you feel? I'm really happy about today's win. I feel like we've been performing really well. And in game 1, the opponent brought out Camille's support, which is something that you have used in the EWC qualifiers. So did you see it coming? I think against Ashe Seraphine, you have such limited options, and it just felt like, that would be one of the plays or one of the picks that they could go for. So yeah, we definitely expected Camille to come out as one of the supports. And the enemy had a great early setup in game 1, and that's how Xin Zhao started with 2 deaths. So starting from behind, what was the comms with Owner like? I think Owner, he didn't really feel too pressured. So even with some deaths, I feel like the enemy was actually playing pretty extremely in the early game. So if they don't take that edge to try to get a better advantage, their comp doesn't really go well during the late game. So we had pretty good feeling about the whole game while playing it out. And in game 2, we got your Nico performance, and your Grump impression was amazing. This game was so ours. And in the very last team fight, I just really wanted to create a fun moment. So I wanted to transform, and Grump was right in front of me, so I transformed into Grump. And the original Gromp was looking a little weird, so I felt like I can definitely fit in right there. So I was sitting there, and then it actually worked well. I saw a good angle. You know, I just decided that this would be a good decision because the enemy was coming back from such a huge disadvantage. I'm sure they were pretty desperate at this moment, so I knew that they would get baited. And yesterday was Faker's birthday. Did you guys celebrate together? Yeah, I'm really jealous that he celebrated his birthday. You know, we got him a cake, he blew out the candles, we sang him the song, and we had a great moment together. And Faker was in an ad with Karina. That ad was just revealed and it was such a cool ad. Did you watch it? You know, I was playing solo queue and it was revealed in the very early, late at night actually. So yeah, I mean, I saw it and there were a lot of people that was really happy about it. They really liked it. So, since you appreciate idols, were you jealous? Of course, I was pretty jealous. Would you like to say anything to the marketing team, maybe to try to sell yourself so that you can be in an ad with other idols as well? Yeah, I would really love that opportunity. And today is Parents' Day in Korea. So would you like to say anything to your parents? Yes. I'm really thankful. I'm grateful that for all your support. I think I made it this far because it's all thanks to you guys. And your next opponent is D plus Kia, and in round 1, they handed you a loss after a 3-game series. So any message for your revenge? You know, our performance is really good, and I feel like we're definitely reaching new heights with our form. So I hope that we're able to keep it up and do well. And that's all from Keria, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Great to hear from Keria there once again on the stage in Chichijiklal Park as he picks up yet another POM, very well deserved. As that was a very one-sided series. T1's still looking good. The DN Supers still have a lot of work to do. Anything else you guys took from the series?
I just really hope DNS can bounce back. It's not just one issue this team has. Like, there's a lot of shot calling problems, there's a lot of things going on wrong on the bottom lane. Pioshik isn't looking as strong. He looks desperate, much worse than what we saw from earlier this year. So we saw this last year from this squad, right? The downward spiral that just seemingly would not end. And it feels like maybe this year it could even be worse, which is crazy, especially because of the start they had. So I know there's more to this roster than what we're seeing right now, but please show it to me. I want to see it. I want to see that potential.
I mean, not only the in-game stuff, I think the draft as well. Like, they just gave up Orianna for free. Like,
how did that happen? How did they get Orianna Jarvan?
Everyone knows. Like, everyone knows that that champion is so broken, or it's just like really good. So you gotta like do some trades, right? So you give up Orianna, you get something out of it, but they didn't do anything. So the game 2 was just like, all right, guys, I think we just picked something we just really like to play and like just hope for the best. You know, that's not the thing that we want to see in Chichijiklal Park. You know, like, we want some competitive. I think that's the thing that we are not having with DNS right now.
Yeah, not stepping up to the plate, are they? But let's take a look at the POM votes here because, well, we are going to have some votes for owner and one for the top lane from Chijijik. Pretty interesting on that one that they do go for Doran. I mean, he played well, I suppose.
He did a lot.
He could have voted for anyone, really.
He did a lot with the Jace. You know, outside of lane, did a lot of damage. But owner, I thought, had a really big bounce back, especially in game 1 after getting killed early. But to me, Keria controlled both games. With the Pop Blossoms in game 2, the Seraphine ults, the Roots in game 1 as well. His performance was generational, genius, a monster series from the God of Support.
For sure.
Do you get it? Do you get what Wolf did there?
If they get it, they get it. If they don't, they don't. You know, it's like,
I get it.
You know.
If you know the nicknames,
I think
you'll
I know it. Yeah. I mean, my question is, does Kara even need to take a shower after this?
Are you
My
gonna
answer
explain
is
this
no.
meme?
My answer is no.
Please explain what did.
So, yeah, I don't think I can explain this. You know, like they just ran into Carrier, and like Carrier's like just waiting for the moment. You know, he didn't really do anything special. Like they just ran into him.
Yeah, the TLDR is it made it really easy for him. Carry didn't have to work that hard to get the
Exactly.
win. But he did have a great performance.
Yeah.
It just wasn't as difficult as it could have been, I think is what we did is saying.
Yeah.
Hey, it wasn't challenged very much, is another way to put it. Let's take a look at the other comments. An insane level of impact considering you started the series 0-2-0.
This is exactly what I'm saying. I'm with Ox on this one. Like I think it's a good shout.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Owner did have a very good series. He was having a lot of fun. Now I can't hit Gromp anymore. As, yes, Keria did replace the Gromp, and we weren't 100% sure if they really knew about that or not, but they still ran into him.
I mean, I think whenever you're playing against Carrier and Nico, then you gotta think about, is this the real camp that I'm facing?
This is basically like the more aggressive version of Adid's comment.
So
He's just hunting rabbits. So even when he's just hunting rabbits, he doesn't just like do it casually, you know? He goes all in.
I think we know what Prince meant by that one. The romance and dopamine of a support. I mean, it kind of makes sense. You know, I think a lot of support players are kind of just going with the flow, but guys like Keria really, you know, it makes you understand why support can be looked at as such a romantic role because, you know,
It's satisfying.
generally not having a huge impact, but he really does.
Yeah, he makes it satisfying to watch.
I like Pony's comment here. There's two-headed Gromp on the rift! Warning, warning.
Yeah. Maybe the Chemtech Soul that we had in Game 1 forced that one to happen. Not 100% sure.
True.
I do think, yeah, that is the end of the comments. So let's take a look at the standings now that T1 did take the victory here, as they're still in a good spot. Not an amazing spot, but 7-4. Definitely a solid spot here in the LCK.
Yeah, we already mentioned about so many negative things on DNS, so I want to focus on T1's positive points, where like I think T1, whenever they're playing against like good team or bad team, it doesn't matter. Like it's really up to them, like how they want to play the game. But now it seems more stable, especially from Doran. I think I could see why one of the vote goes for Doran is because his civilization right now in the top lane is the thing. Because whenever he picks Jace, he goes like 0-7, like 0-0-6. Like it was so random, right? But I think this time around he was just dominating the lane, not dying randomly. Grouping on the mid lane in the right timing, so I feel more comfortable with T1 right now.
I think right now it's a race for second place between Genji and T1. Yes, KT did get the upset win somehow, some way over D+ yesterday, but I don't think they're our second best team in the LCK right now, and Genji and T1 are trying to fight for that second spot to try to be that second seed for MSR. Maybe even the first seed if their form can continue to grow. Maybe they could actually pass Honda Life Esports and win that road to MSI qualifier.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything is still possible here at the LCK. Still a lot of time to go. And speaking of which, we have a bit of time before we do get into our next match, which will be KRX versus Genji, the Roadshow. You won't want to miss it. We'll be right back for that.
하나라는 변수가 있었다 보니 새로운 분위기에서 한번 해봐야겠죠. 세훈의 기획이 너무 좋았습니다. 세훈의 이 노란색도 참 잘 어울리겠네요.
Whether he's going to be able to survive. In fact, he will not. He flashes into the maw. The beat he prepared earlier.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
Looking for the backline, finds the Pop Blossom onto 3. The DNS Supers wipe out 2 already, as now it has to be taken by himself. And Clear is actually going to join in there as well, but I think this Ezreal has to try and figure it out. Does manage to take down Pyotek. He's going to die as well, and never mind, he is going to figure it out. Showmaker is babysitting a cannon here in this bottom lane as well.
How do you think Wick? Oh, Helen in trouble.
Yeah, gets the encore, but the hop does come out, dodges the beat drop as well, and that should be the end of Kellen. Does get a heal out, but the hyper is going to be enough. And Vikla also having to deal with that one. In the meantime, I mean, the inner turrets are falling down, kind of everything is falling apart. Meganar comes on through the wallop, the crush.
뭐야, 더 잡았냐?
야, 뭐 올 수 있어?
갈 수 있어. 그냥 참아. 참으면 무조건 돼.
Trying to get on top of aiming, he picks the angle, the kick doesn't get him over the wall, but Nando still turns up, and the face call isn't able to save the Caitlyn. It's a double kill. We are looking at 15 seconds until this Infernal Soul, and Canyon takes a bit of damage here, does get himself a shield, and he goes Kirby. One more time, where did Nando go? As the Culling trying to do some work here, but Trevi's still looking. Oh, he gets it with the fadeaway. Another wild growth to keep the Akali alive. As Rich tries to be the golden barbecue, but it doesn't quite work as Willa gets in there, but he's alone. Takes him down immediately. As Perfect's going to get a back dodge on the top side, but Ingo's Zeka looking for more. It's not going to get all too much as now Zayas says, I'll pick it up. 3-man counter-strike right into that back line. And that's going to be the end of aiming as the Jax goes so hard with just the one item.
Không một ai lường trước được rằng chúng tôi, những underdog, sẽ làm được điều này. Con rồng xanh bất khuất sẽ một lần nữa cất cánh bay lên ngay tại nơi này. Thăng Long าน้อย
I think B&K is definitely better than QM, Bro, and DNS, but I also almost want to say that Bro should be in that tier as well, the unrealized potential tier for me with Notion, B&K, and Bro, but I can't really draw a line for it because Bro's on the bottom.
You just like move Bro
and I also think that Bro, every time I think they have unrealized potential, I'm like, oh no, we've realized that they don't. But they have flashes, right? They have moments. But I do think that like QM, DRX, and DNS, like of all these teams to me are like the most certainly definitely doomed, not going to play in, it's not relevant, see you next year, because these two teams just, I don't even know what their game plan is half the time. With QM, DRX, they just like first pick Ezreal and they're like, maybe Rich gets a counter pick, but doesn't really matter because he gets solo killed there too, and it's bad. And then DNS just don't even have an idea of what they're doing in the game, and I'm really sad for Duckers and Peter. Yeah, and Peter's like on the bench for some reason that we don't understand.
Yeah. Also, like it's a weird thing. Obviously, substitutions, if something's going wrong, you're like, where are we gonna find like which player we're gonna look to? And often it's like, well, what players do we have available? Like obviously they had Peter and Life, and then they're bringing up Quantum. Clearly they feel like there's a problem with the support role, but like the bot side of the map, we're new this year. But how are we having the same problems? I feel like for this team as last year, where it just feels like they're incapable. I mean, it's not exactly the same.
They don't
it
even
just
have
feels
Bulldog.
Like, yeah, it just feels like, I don't know if it's the environment or, you know, it's some remnant of the structures I had before, but it's like you have two players who are literally in the World Finals, and then you have a mid laner who, you know, we were talking about the year closer last year, and then it's just, you know, I was thinking, okay, it'll bring it back up, right? Like we all know, like when we talked about Dudu and Piochik, and even in LCK Cup, they were playing well, but it's just like everyone has regressed to that DNF base level that we had last year. And obviously they have a win, but
yeah,
it is, I don't know. I don't know how
they changed it to an S, but they haven't moved from the F tier, actually. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Yeah.
But they also changed the players, and I thought that would have more of an impact.
Yeah, not
and
S
it briefly did.
It did.
In the LCK Cup, but we all know that's not real, so.
I do think that, like, bringing in Dr. and Peter, though, was just adding more variance to a team that already had massive amounts of variance. Like, let's be honest, like, Peter has always been incredibly up and down with his performance. Dr. you never really know what you're going to get. Oftentimes he is. Like, he was elite for the last half of last year, but before that, he was not the beacon of consistency. So I think what DNS have done is just kind of hoped that they all hit heads at the same time, and what it's done is kind of made it even more chaotic.
It just seems like to me there's clearly issues right now with a lot of these teams in terms of structure and the substitutions we're seeing that are based on availability of players, right? So perhaps, you know, Berserker's like, I'm not staying. I don't want to deal with this anymore. They don't want to deal with him. Whatever. He would demand a high salary. He ends up going overseas, right? And then, like, what do we get? Maybe we get the World Championship bottom lane. Maybe Duckdom and Peter were asking for a lot of money at KT, and KT's like, well, we got to keep, you know, BDD in here, and we got to figure out what we want to do with this roster, and so they couldn't actually lock it down. And then, so they end up on this team, and it doesn't make sense for them. But, like, the way Duckdom plays and the way Berserker played are, like, completely opposite, right? Duckdom is more of a passenger type AD carry where he gets through and then makes big plays later on. But when his team is falling apart, like, he's never going to be the guy. Like, he's never going to be the guy who pop off and fix it. Berserker kind of almost was many times last year, right? Where we're like, oh, okay, maybe Berserker can get it done. And he can't get it done, but, like, he did a lot, right? He played really aggressively. He was able to almost save a lot of the games for them. So slotting this bottom duo in doesn't make sense. And then I think some of our teams, like QM, DRX, and DNS, are making these substitutions, like Lazyfield coming in, and Life being swapped through, and then later Quantum, just because they can, because these players are available, and they're like, well, what we have isn't working. We don't have any other subs that are viable because our challengers team isn't that great, and we can't sub our mid laner into this position. That makes no sense. So I guess we'll just switch the support and see what happens. and nothing is changing. So it feels quite bizarre, and I feel bad for Quantum because again, it's never his fault that like this losing streak continues, but like it feels like
move the needle in any way though.
we
That's
know
the
we know what Peter's highs are, and like it feels like maybe they should be trying to build that back up instead of playing Duckdom with yet another support and seeing what he can do. He has a relationship with Life. He has a relationship with Peter. He has a.
Where's Podok? Let's get him back too.
Hey.
I don't understand what the thought process is of playing Quantum for more than like one series. If you play him for a series and it
Apparently
goes
in
well,
scrims it's working. I don't know.
But I feel like obviously there's internal issues going on in the team because these players are not playing at even close to the best level we've seen them. But I feel like it's kind of similar to like when KT was flipping their supports and neither of them was getting full stage time, full practice time. And I feel like at some point you need to commit, and they've obviously said, okay, we're committing to Quantum, but this swapping and changing, I swear teams have done it so many times, not even specifically to the LCK, but you have a sub on the roster. Like you have a sub who's available to play, who's up to a standard that you think is appropriate. You like lose game one, or maybe you have a bad week of scrims, or you lose a series, you sub him in. Was it the player who got subbed out's fault? No, not at all. Maybe it was, but like in a lot of situations, it's like you could have like, I don't know, a top lane sub. Your top laner does fine, the bottom of the map collapses. Well, we lost, let's sub. You know, I feel like sometimes subs are treated in that way where it's like, okay, you had your chance, you didn't win, get the other player in, even if it's not necessarily, the problem wasn't that player.
Yeah.
And it wasn't something that they're necessarily going to be able to solve by coming in. And it's just like, oh, we have to do something. Oh, we did something. Hopefully this makes it better. And I feel like it's not really addressing like the issues with the team or why they lost the game, the series, the scrims. It's just, oh, let's change something and hopefully that we'll keep changing things till it gets better and then just keep cycling through.
Yeah, and then never let anything actually settle and find some consistency, which is what a lot of I remember all of the crazy drama that happened when Danny was swapping through the T1 roster for an entire year, right? Like, that was the same thing that they were talking about. Like, we can't reach any consistency because no one's consistently on the team. Ultimately, did work out relatively well when they kind of figured out who they wanted to play.
well, they fired Danny and then they picked the roster and then like
Yeah.
they won multiple world championships together.
But was it Danny's reiteration of the roster that got them there in the end? No, probably not.
Have
But
you guys
still.
seen, by the way, slightly on topic, have you guys seen Danny's like react reels that have been going around on Twitter where his coach cam reactions in the LPL are just like really hilarious, where he's just getting insanely stressed out and upset at his players while he's watching the screen? Very funny.
Perfect.
So the one thing I want to say about the support issue is that at least, you know, we saw effort come in and like totally change the face of KT and make a big difference. But that's effort, you know, that's someone who's a veteran, who has a lot of experience, who obviously works very well with Cuz and has.
But that was during the off season also. Like they made this change before we even started the season,
Yeah.
so they were clearly leaning into this, right? They were prepping for this. They spent a lot of time before we even played game one to lead to this decision. Well, this is completely different.
And there's the other part, which is, you know, you were talking about Duckdom and Peter's form. I really do feel like it's a form issue, and that's why we saw KT subbing out Duckdom a lot, Peter a lot at the beginning of last year. And it didn't work either, but eventually it worked. So I don't know, you know, it's so hard to look behind the curtain and actually know what's going on, but I would assume that, well, they don't have a good sub for Duckdom, but they do for Peter in their mind. So they're like, Peter, you're not practicing enough or whatever it is. You're just not playing well enough, so we're just going to put you on the bench. We're not winning anyway, so maybe that'll fire you up to play more solo queue or something. Like, I don't know. It's a lot of conjecture to really know.
Yeah.
But it's hard for us to, you know, Quantum comes in and then it's still not going well, but, you know, maybe it wouldn't have gone well with Peter or Life anyway, so maybe they're just, I don't know.
But that's my point, you know, if changing the support doesn't change the outcome. It's
Yeah,
like,
then why not go back to what is the highest ceiling option that you
Who's
have?
who's played together the most? Like, where have your successes been? Like,
Yeah,
what
but
did you build this roster for?
There's more that goes into it because you're, you know,
And who
if
knows
you're
about
Peter,
like what the vibe of the team is as
Yeah.
well? Because it might be that the team's just like, no, it's like this with Peter isn't working. Like maybe they don't vibe with it the same
it could
way
be,
that other teams do.
and maybe it's just targeting Peter and saying, you know, get your shit together,
Yeah.
or you're not going to play.
But I also
And
think, like,
that's not effective, but that could be the reasoning behind it. I would say
It is all a
the
bit
the
of
thing is with
speculation.
that, like, I wouldn't assume. We don't know, right? What Peter's been like, whether he's been practicing, how much he's been practicing. I would assume he would.
A lot worse.
But that can happen if you're in an environment that's not going well, if you're losing the matches. We saw that like he chose to be subbed out in KT when they went on a big loss streak in the Legend group. But the thing is, they subbed out Peter, then they subbed Life in, and then they aren't using Life either. So, you know, either you assume both of them had similar issues, or maybe the issue isn't with them and it's more there's a problem in the team and they're just trying to revolve things until
the word of the team was that Quantum was performing better in scrims, the team was working better in scrims. There was actually an interview done like asking about why it was the case, and they committed to playing with Quantum for the foreseeable future.
The thing with
to be honest,
Quantum
I
is
believe that like 40% of the time.
Nah.
I looked at
But
Quantum stats.
it could be true.
And like also we know this about Quantum because he's played in the LCK before. Like CV Max subbed him in for Andil, if you guys remember, like back in the day.
Yep.
Back on Kwangdong, I want to say. And ultimately, like he just plays range supports. Like he plays Enchanters and he plays range supports. His like most played back then was Seraphine. And then this year, including his Challengers games, he'd only played one game of Nautilus, and otherwise had only played Enchanters or range supports, like Bard. And he played Nautilus, and it did not go well at all. He played one game of Nautilus, it was 1-0 in Challengers, then he played it in his last match this week, and it was like, you can't put this guy on this champion, I don't think. And his champion pool has always had this issue. We've talked about it years in the past, and like, I look at Peter and I'm like, I know what you're capable of. I know the champion pool you have. I know what Life is capable of. His champion pool is also quite diverse and crazy. He'll play the Set, he'll play the Jarvan. And it just feels like this, it almost feels like that interview is just like an excuse for something that is really going on. Again, I'm speculating, but I just don't see it. And I don't want to blame Quantum.
That are out of the meta now. Maybe that's why. Like you mentioned that Quantum's the range support guy. Well, we are in a meta where there are a lot of range supports that are getting played. So it might be that, you know, Peter, who thrives on the Alistair, yes, his Nico's great, but even Nico has been falling out of favor a little bit. Like a lot of the picks that Peter was finding a lot of success on aren't necessarily as viable.
I just feel like what's weird to me is an LCK Cup, the roster with Peter was working, right? That's the best we've seen from this org this year and last year, right? Was that period when they had Peter on the roster. And then after like this, obviously it's not going well right now, but you know, they've given up on that already. And I just feel like, you know, if you look at KT, I know they were obviously subbing things out and changing things, but like they did say, like when they went on their big long run, it was with Dam, it was with Peter, it was with Perfect, and they committed to that and made it work. And I just think that like the pressure it puts on the players if you're doing this revolving threat of like, oh, play bad in a scrim, you're gone. You know, have a bad stage game, you're gone. Like, how does Quantum feel right now after that Nautilus game? Is he going to be like feeling like, oh, I'm the best person? Or is he thinking like, oh man, are they going to sub me out for the next match? I just think it's not like it's already clear that like something's not working behind the scenes, and I think this added pressure is just like, I mean, some players thrive from it, right? Having that like kick up the arse, but
we also
I don't know
that sometimes in orgs, someone who's in a higher up position is just like, this is on like 1 in 6 is not okay, 1 in 5 or whenever they played Quantum for the first time is not okay. You guys need to make changes, and then the GM is like, we ain't got anybody. There ain't no changes we can make. There's no free agents we can afford. We have 3. We have 2 supports, right? But we have a challenger support we can call up, and that's like kind of the most minimal change you could make to this roster without calling up some of their challengers players who would like probably make this roster catastrophically worse just because they have no experience. Whereas Quantum actually has a lot of experience, and so like maybe the GM is getting pressure, like you guys need to fix this, but he doesn't really understand what's going on, and they're like, we brought Quantum in, you know, like it could work. That could be something else that's happening. I really hope that's not what's going on because I feel bad for this squad, especially Closer and Pioshik, who had such a great LCK Cup, as we've talked about already, and had a decent start to the season. Even though they were losing games, they looked really good, and now they just look deflated. Now Pioshik looks like he's just trying to flip a coin half the time, which is like, I know what Pioshik has been known for in the past, but for a while at the beginning of this year, he looked really solid, and it just feels like that's gone now as well.
It is a bit of a shame. I do want to move us on though, because that's probably enough dedicated to Quantum, and I think I want to move us to some more positive things to talk about, which is KT at 8-0 on the top of the standings, currently ahead of HLE with a game score of +4 over theirs as well, which is crazy, sitting at +14 compared to the +10 of HLE, who have lost 1 match. That was to T1 at the very beginning of the season, if I remember correctly. And KT are just looking really, really good. I believe, are they playing HLE next week?
Yes,
Yes.
they
Yeah.
are.
That is an absolute
Wednesday.
banger. Could be that both teams end up on 8-1 at the end, with KT's winning streak ending. But it's looking good for the 9-0, and that is just the weirdest thing to talk about, as this is unprecedented territory. KT have never been this successful in a regular season ever before.
Well, in 2023, they went 17-1 at the end of the split, but they didn't start off with the streak.
Yeah, sorry, this is the best start they've ever had. Yeah,
but like, you know, to compare this to last year, right? So last year at week 4, in 2025, they were 3-5, and they did end up going from that to the World's Finals, which is crazy. But now they're starting at 8-0 and plus 14, which is actually more dominant than last year's most dominant team in Gen G. Gen G was 8-0 with plus 13 at this point in time last year. And, you know, both the gap was 4 games above.
Yeah, quite funny that HLE have exactly the same scoreline as this time last year.
Yeah. Well, with one extra game win.
Yeah, one extra game win, but it's still like 7-1. It's exactly the same as where they were. Outside of that, who is it? Do we have any other teams that are the same?
D plus is like the Gen G of last year as well, but there are 3 in that 5-3 spot instead of 2 like there was last year. It's fun to see the parallels.
I think as well, thinking back to that 2023 KT roster, like it was the same core, BDD, Cuz, and Aiming, but it was with Keen and Lehens.
Yeah.
And you think of now them having Perfect and Effort. I think if at the start of the year or after LCK Cup, you said they were going to have a similar performance, that 2023 roster, with Perfect and Effort instead of Keen and Lehens, I think most people were like, what?
I would have scoffed.
Yeah, but Perfect he's leveled up like significantly. I mean, that's clear
Yeah.
to say. And Effort's addition, obviously, him syncing up with Cuz has clearly worked. I think there was question marks when it was announced.
I'm so used to just being exasperated watching Effort play. Like every other year, watching him play, it's like,
I remember we
every
were
time, you know,
co-streaming Challengers, and I was watching Effort, and I was like, oh God, like I don't know if he can, if he can make it in Challengers.
Yeah.
Like he had a year like that not 2 years ago, and something changed. I don't know what it is, but he got a lot better than what he was then.
Maybe vibe shift, having your mates back, and also when you're playing support, maybe being on a team with not all 17-year-olds and maybe, people that are closer to, his own experience level was helping him out. I have no idea, but whatever it is, it's working and it makes no sense.
I think it also just goes to show that, especially player with a longer career can still, change his fortunes and turn things around and grow and develop as a player. Like, I think sometimes, especially if a player's struggled and is like at the bottom of the league, and on weaker teams, it's kind of like they get put in this sort of framing where it's like, okay, this is just who they are, where they'll be. But I think it's evidence that these players can turn around with the right opportunity, right team, and just development for themselves can be like a important piece in a really strong roster.
Yeah. And if they make it to MSI, is it the first time KT has ever been to MSI?
I think so, yeah.
I believe so.
Wow, that is very cool.
And they might win their first ever international event because they've never won an international tournament before.
Yeah, right.
It does make sense at stuff is because for so long it was just one team at MSI.
Yeah, exactly.
And then when it was 2, it was just Gen G T1.
Yep. And it feels like it's been Gen G T1 or Darm1 sprinkled in there. Obviously, MSI started in 2015, so it's been 11 years, including this year's MSI, that we've had it. But it does feel like it's almost always SKT or T1 or Gen G or D+. Kingzone, I think, went one time. So technically DRX, I guess you could say, or KRX now, but it was Kingzone at that point, or Longzhu. Longzhu might have been at one as well. There was a decent performance there, but they weren't actually able to win. But still, it does feel funny thinking about a KT that could be heading over to Daejeon for an MSI if they continue this level of dominance.
Well,
obviously,
such a long way to travel.
Yeah, I know. A couple of hours on the train. It's a bit of a rough one.
By a couple of hours, you mean the 1 hour. It's just
all right. It's just
they'll just arrive in Daejeon and be like, "We're here at an international event, our first international event." Wow,
beautiful.
It feels like we never left.
of the game. Gunfire and flames, I hear echoes of my name being called in a Hall of Fame. You ever get the feeling your inner cause to be great? I want championship rings and a trophy cabinet display. To be H, I feel like TBE. If I'm mid, then I'm KDB. Rookie, but somehow I still end up as the MVP. My kick game like Fredo, or better yet, MVP. Champion at MP3, that's why they all envy me. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Make the sound wave, make the sound wave. Hall of Fame theme music, man, we don't play. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Make the sound wave, make the sound wave. Hall of Fame theme music, man, we don't play. This is excellence personified. Tell coach, put me in, call my number, I'ma show up. And they ain't no stopping all the shots that I'ma throw up. Been the man since the boy, but now the boy is all grown up. All it takes is one chance to make your life blow up. It's game time. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake.
Don't look back now, only broken memories. All the glory spoken of for centuries. See you on the other side. See you on the other side. The deep is true or die. It's true or die. to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just when I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026, our very first overseas LCK team roadshow here, as we are about to get into KRX taking on Gen G in Vietnam.
It's so cool. It's so cool to see. So the signs for Lazy Field as well, who's going to be playing for KRX.
Yep.
And I'm hoping that maybe the extra little boost can make the difference.
I'm hoping so too. I also need to address something. I need to apologize to my son, who did indeed celebrate Parents' Day. I was just a little bit late, as there he is. Look at him celebrating, saying thank you very much and I love you to his parents and his grandparents.
And you slandered him on broadcast.
I know. I couldn't feel more terrible about it as well. So there it is. Just glad that I've cleared the air on that because I was feeling absolutely terrible. Now let's get into some LCKs. Gen G in third place, going to be taking on DRX. Last time around though, DRX gave them a run for their money, and I think this is setting itself up to be a pretty interesting best of three when, if you were telling me about this like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I'd be like, oh man, this is going to be a little bit of a slaughter, but DRX have been making some strides.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they've been looking more competitive. I feel like we said in the last time these two teams matched up that we're hoping to be more competitive so that we'd get a great match when they have this overseas roadshow. And
yeah,
they really delivered, given a good challenge to Gen G. They also took down Nongshim recently. So I think the one concern is that Gen G have been ramping up, but DRX, I think their standing scoreline doesn't fully reflect the form they're currently in.
I would agree. And they're also going to be taking on first place Harbour Life Esports on Sunday as well. still over in Vietnam, which is going to be just a little bit of a KRX celebration there. Hopefully they can also give Hummer Life Esports a run for their money, but that's looking like a very difficult prospect here. Into the roar of his hometown as Vietnam's Prince Lazyfield takes to the stage. Of course, our very first import here, as he is, of course, our first Vietnamese player to play in the LCK as well. So pretty cool stuff. And we do now have fans over in Vietnam on our screens as well, which is, actually, no, he's in Lol Park, as we do actually have a few people here in Lol Park as well. But as you can see, we are starting to fill things up here as the players are making their way in.
Yeah, Genji and KRX both traveling over for this. And we've seen how these stages can definitely change how teams and players play. We obviously saw the recent one where Keria popped off again at the Inspire Arena and it's just won POM after POM then. It can really shake things up. So looking to see if Lazyfield does get a boost from being that hometown hero. And also KRX, you know, we talked about the last matchup against Genji. It did go to 3 games, and even that third game felt pretty competitive, even though Genji did take the win in the end.
Yeah, exactly. And I do think that Genji are definitely going to be the favorites in this one. I don't think that there's any beating around the bush there. But it might be that, you know, the hometown hero Lazyfield can be powered up by being back at home, a lot more familiar with Vietnam than a lot of these other players. Although a lot of our LCK teams do spend a fair bit of time heading over to Vietnam just because there are so many LCK fans over there. I know that Morgan is randomly extraordinarily popular in Vietnam.
Yes.
Also really popular here on this side of the desk as well. But I wonder whether that's translated to a lot of Vietnamese fans watching the LCS now that he is over there with Team Liquid. But yeah, I think there is a lot to look forward to with this particular series. I think the next one going to be even more difficult for KRX. So if they do have a good showing here, it might help them out as far as putting their best foot forward against a very fired up HLE.
Yeah, a bit of a momentum builder potentially, and obviously big challenges ahead, but KRX, you know, any wins you can pick up is going to make a big difference, trying to push up the standings and hopefully push up towards where Road to MSI is in the conversation.
Yeah, exactly right. We do have a special opening as well that we are getting ready right now. So going to be a bit of fun as, of course, the home fronts always are pretty exciting. Here. The fact that we have so many road shows as well, like the fact that we've already been to Inspire Arena this season already, and hopefully there's just going to be more of it planned. Went to Hong Kong for the LCK Cup finals.
It's a lot of new stuff.
We're traveling around. We're getting around there. And I know, like, what was it, Wolf that put out a post earlier, and there were people demanding we go to the Philippines. I'm demanding that we go to Australia. Great excuse to go and visit my mum. You know, that'd be pretty cool. Just try to do it in Melbourne because, you know, I don't want to get on an extra flight if I'm there. Australia's a big place. So
yeah,
just try to push for the Melbourne.
It's also quite a long flight from Korea.
Yeah. Who can be our, like, OCE import that we can get into the LCK so that there's a good excuse to do that?
Oh, Fudge maybe?
Yeah, yeah. It feels like he'd be an NA import at this stage. He's been over there for so long. I wonder whether Tally's still playing. I like that guy.
Yeah.
I know he's more of a commentator now. Maybe that's what we could do instead. Maybe he could, like, join as a coach for someone or something like that. We should get Spawn into the LCK. That could be a thing. Papa Smithy, maybe after his work with FlyQuest is over, he can just come over to the LCK and do some stuff. That'd be cool.
Start pitching, because these sound pretty good.
Yeah, I reckon there are definitely some options here so that we can have somehow just a trip to Australia for the LCK, because I just think that'd be really cool. Hopefully the internet infrastructure is doing okay. Haven't really checked back in. It was pretty bad when I was there, though. So maybe that could be a little bit of an issue. I'm not entirely sure. It does mean that Melbourne's probably out. There are some great internet spots in Sydney, but I'm more of a Melbourne boy myself. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this, and we are getting ready to get into the opening and get this one underway for you guys. I do think that KRX, even though it is going to be an uphill battle, regardless, this is just so incredibly cool.
Yeah.
And I hope that even if it is a bit of a stomp, it doesn't actually hinder them or anything like that, because they also have, like, fan celebrations happening on Saturday as well, tomorrow. And so all of the Vietnamese fans can come over and hang out with KRX, and they're going to be there celebrating with them. And obviously, I mean, Lazy Feel is going to be pretty famous over there at this point in time. So giving him his time in the sun, quite literally, over in Vietnam. It's pretty sunny over there generally. And being able to celebrate with him is going to be really, really cool for a lot of these fans.
Yeah, and a chance to attend an LCK match, which obviously in Vietnam, first time ever it's happening, first time overseas. I wonder how many more, because obviously you've talked about the Australia one, we've talked about Philippines. I wonder if we're going to end up getting more of these, because it's pretty cool.
Indonesian one, maybe?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool. You know, like, we were there. We were there. And you almost died because we walked around outside. That was not a great time.
Oh my God, we were there for Mauhouse's wedding.
Yes.
And we wandered around in the sun, because we were like, yeah, you know, we'll just go
Let's
around.
go see the sights.
Oh my God, we melted.
Ox needed to sit down for like 30 minutes in the dark in order to survive. And then we had to take a cab. It was not exactly the most well thought out of things because, yeah, summer in Indonesia, bit of a nasty one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's not do that again. But we'll do the going there.
From it.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
also, I'm from the UK, right?
Yeah, you
we
don't
get
know
much
what hot
sun.
weather is.
You're from Australia. You should have warned me.
Yeah, but I did think it was funny. So, and also, I mean, I'm from Melbourne, man. Like, it's very down south. When it's hot there, it's just dry. I'm not very good at the big, humid, gnarly heat. That's a bit too much. Like the thick heat.
Yeah.
Thick heat's not me. I'm more about like just dry as a bone. And it does get to 50 sometimes, and it can be for the people, Americans and stuff at home. 50 is not Fahrenheit.
My home would get very humid, just not very hot.
Yeah, when it's raining, it's generally quite humid.
Yeah, just perpetually grey and rainy.
All right, it's time to get ready, ladies and gentlemen, as we do have the opening for KRX, their very first home front in Vietnam, starting in a few seconds' time right now.
Hà Nội, Trung tâm Triển lãm Việt Nam VAC. Các bạn đã sẵn sàng cho một đêm lịch sử chưa?
Một lần nữa, các bạn đã sẵn sàng chưa? Lần đầu tiên sau rất nhiều năm chờ đợi, một trận đấu chính thức của LCK, giải đấu Liên minh huyền thoại hàng đầu hành tinh này được tổ chức tại Việt Nam.
2026 LCK Team Roadshow QMDS Homefront. Homefront presented by TV360, nơi hai thế lực của LCK bước lên sân khấu, nơi long tranh hổ đấu và nơi người hâm mộ Việt Nam lần đầu được chứng kiến thần tượng của mình bằng xương bằng thịt. Xin trân trọng giới thiệu hai đội đã sẵn sàng viết nên chương mới.
Bước ra sân khấu đầu tiên, nhà đương kim vô địch của giải đấu, biểu tượng thống trị của LCK trong nhiều năm qua. Họ là đội tuyển đã định nghĩa lại hai chữ đẳng cấp. Họ là những mãnh hổ đã gầm vang trên mọi đấu trường.
Xin trân trọng giới thiệu đường trên Kin, đi rừng Canyon, đường giữa Jovi, xạ thủ Ruler, hỗ trợ Duro. Mạnh hổ Hàn Quốc, nhà vua của LCK, xin hãy chào đón Genji. Họ đã khởi đầu LCK 2026 với những khó khăn nhất định sau khi trở về từ First Stand. Nhưng giờ đây, phong độ ổn định đã dần trở lại với Genji. Và họ đang muốn nối dài thành tích bất bại của mình ở mùa giải này ngay tại Homefront của DNS. Một lần nữa, hãy cùng với tôi chào đón thật nồng nhiệt đương kim vô địch LCK Genji Esports.
Và ngay bây giờ, chủ nhà của sân khấu ngày hôm nay, đội tuyển Rồng Xanh đã từng nâng cao chiếc cúp vô địch thế giới danh giá của Liên minh huyền thoại. Mở màn cho K1 DRX, bức tường thép nơi đường trên, tuyển thủ dày dặn kinh nghiệm, người sẵn sàng đối đầu với mọi đối thủ mạnh nhất.
Người hùng bước ra từ cơn bão, đường trên, Red!
Gương mặt của tuổi trẻ, đôi tay của một thợ săn, chàng kiểm lâm K1 DRX sẵn sàng trừng phạt mọi kẻ dám đặt chân vào lãnh địa của mình.
Kẻ săn mồi hào hoa, đi rừng, Wheeler!
Bộ não của đội hình, người sẽ khiến cả khán đài phải đứng dậy, không chỉ bằng những pha xử lý đỉnh cao mà còn bằng những bước nhảy ăn mừng đã trở thành thương hiệu.
Vũ công kiêu hãnh, đường giữa, You Can!
Vị trí hỗ trợ, một bóng người có thể che cả một bức tường thành. Nơi anh đứng, đồng đội của anh được an toàn tuyệt đối.
Hộ thân vững chắc của Q1 DNS, hỗ trợ Andy!
Và ngay bây giờ, Hà Nội ơi! Tự hào là người Việt Nam đầu tiên thi đấu tại ấy sẽ khoác áo rồng xanh để trở lại mảnh đất Thăng Long.
Con rồng chấu tiên, xạ thủ Trần Bảo Minh, Lazy Field!
Lazy Field, người đưa lá cờ đỏ sao vàng ra đấu trường quốc tế, niềm cảm hứng của cả một thế hệ người hâm mộ Liên minh huyền thoại Việt Nam. 5 tuyển thủ, một màu áo, một trái tim hướng về Hà Nội.
Một lần nữa hãy cổ vũ cho binh đoàn Rồng Xanh. Xin chào đón Q1 DNS!
Long tranh hộ đấu, một bên là nhà vua đang trị vì, một bên là kẻ thách thức đang trỗi dậy. Sẽ là Genji sẽ tiếp tục khẳng định ngôi vương tuyệt đối của LCK, hay sẽ là K1 DRX với sự tiếp sức từ hàng nghìn người hâm mộ ngay tại Hà Nội sẽ tạo nên cơn địa chấn.
Bất luận kết quả thế nào, đêm nay tất cả chúng ta sẽ là một phần của lịch sử. Các bạn khán giả ơi, hãy cho tôi thấy sự cuồng nhiệt của các bạn nào.
Và ngay bây giờ, trận đối đầu giữa K1 DRX và Genji Sports trong khuôn khổ 2026 LCK Team Russell. K1 DRX Homefront. Homefront present by TV 360 xin được phép chính thức bắt đầu.
That was definitely a pretty epic intro to this first home front in Vietnam. And we'll have to see whether this is going to be able to fire up KRX to be able to take down the titans that are Gen G, especially the ones that are in the regular season. However, oftentimes it's domestic Gen G that are the most terrifying. This might be a way to beat them. Take them to a different country.
True. Actually, we've never seen a LCK regular season match by Gen G in a different country.
Yeah.
So maybe that could be their weakness. We don't know.
Maybe this was a ploy all along. That was all part of the plan. And it all started with the induction of Lazyfield to this DRX roster. But honestly, it's been working out pretty well. So far, this guy has been pretty good for this squad. I think there have certainly been some ups and downs. Coach voice being a big up that we were experimenting with in the LCK Cup. And from then on, there's been a few more downs. I think a lot of that to do with the top side of the map. I think Keen versus Rich is going to be a big one. Rich, of course, formerly of Gen G on that top side.
I feel like for Lazyfield, some of the games in which they've struggled have been where teams have really heavily targeted him and shut him out of the game. And it feels like if he can avoid that happening and get through the later stages, he has been a solid carry for the team. So definitely been some focused efforts towards him from the opponents. We'll see if Gen G go down that line today in this match. It was super cool. See all the fans lined up as the players did those walkouts. Lazyfield definitely looking like he's having a good time.
Yeah, looking like king of the world at this point. As even the Gen G players are having a lot of giggles watching Duro there as they were doing the fist bumps, just having a little bit of a laugh. I think everyone having a good time over in Vietnam so far, and I hope that is what is going to continue here this week as well. As it's 3 days over here in Hanoi for DRX, going to be welcoming Humble Life Esports on Sunday, as we mentioned a little bit earlier on. We have Champion Select just around the corner, though, as Chovy with a big old yawn. Maybe Yukal can take advantage of that, much like he did in 2018. I feel like I talk about this every single time.
I mean, you can't be yawning against Yukal because he is a high-energy player.
He absolutely is.
He's going to drop... Oh, can you imagine if they win today? The celebration.
Maybe he's going to backflip off the stage. I think that might actually happen. We've seen him do a 360 off the desk. Maybe backflip off the stage is what we're going to get next.
I feel like he's going to make the stage manager very nervous.
I guarantee that is what happens every time he is on the stage there as well. All right, getting closer and closer to Champion Select here. As all of the tests were done, we actually we were watching as all of it was sorted out earlier on. And it seemed like everything was absolutely in order, as this is something that the LCK has been getting better and better at, as we've been doing so many more shows that are produced here and with the game played elsewhere. Oftentimes, it's a little bit more domestic than this, though.
Yeah, that is true. And you know, I feel like our teams, there was a lot of complaints about it in the LCK Cup, have avoided toilet situations.
Indeed.
Quite consistently, so...
We do have Wolf on the space as well today, so no one is safe. There are going to be any of those toilet issues. So hope there are not very many of the main offenders in this game. So that is definitely good there. And it looks like everyone is kind of situated just fine. I'm very, very intrigued about Canyon today, because his second match, second game in their most recent match was incredible. On the Skana, brought that out, looked absolutely invincible. But before that, was hibernating just a little, and it could be a point that KRX can attack here today.
It's interesting that the Skana has just kind of been a Canyon-only pick. He's been very successful on it, and also when he plays it, he gets so much impact, whereas sometimes on other picks, I feel like Canyon kind of just doesn't really have that same impact.
Yeah, just farms all game on Jarvan, but like early ganks all the time on Skana.
On Skana, he's just an absolute menace. So, I mean, if they want to bring that out, it's definitely a pick that gets them results so far. We'll see if DRX even want to try and deny it maybe in second rotation.
Well, here we are into pick and ban for game number 1. Genji will be on our blue side. Will be just regular blue side, red side. Second pick going over to the right, which feels fantastic for us boomers here that are just used to it being that way. Looks like the bans are going to be very, very usual, though, as Andal definitely deserving of the Bard ban, but Duro as well is another one that is a fantastic Bard player. I imagine that one is going to continue to be banned for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I wonder if we get to Nocturne ban comes out and Karma or Jarvan. We've seen more and more Jarvan bans come through, and Karma's started to, off the big four, she's the one that started to slip through a little bit more and more. You could ban neither and look to trade in this situation as well. That could be a decision DRX opt to go for. And they go for the Xin Zhao. So maybe thinking if Genji take the Karma, they can't pair it with the Xin Zhao, which is a great pairing, and we can take Jarvan into it. That being said, will Genji go with that line? Will they prioritize the Karma, or will they go for the Jarvan themselves?
I'm feeling like the Jarvan is more likely. That's where my head is at right now, but I am not often right. So that could be a different decision, and the Karma will be coming on through. Not wanting to give that one over.
So that means likely DRX is going to pick up the Jarvan and going for the Ezreal as well, so you can't get the Ezreal Karma yourselves. You don't have that safety to get out the Cataclysm. And also, you think of the other pairings with the Karma. Sivir doesn't feel too good here.
Yeah.
It might end up being a Jhin angle in this situation.
Or Caitlyn. Caitlyn's possible as well.
Yeah.
You can play Caitlyn. You don't have to play Jhin. You can just play Caitlyn.
They can't hear you.
No.
They're in Vietnam. They're too far away.
Play Caitlyn's fine. Caitlyn's fine. It'll be totally all right. I promise.
Max, they're too far away. They can't hear you.
I need to yell louder. I just need to yell louder, and then it'll be fine. Oh no, it's Jhin Karma.
And I wonder if Canyon ends up going, you could go just like Pantheon, you could, but he could just go the Skarner here, honestly.
You could.
Based on what we've seen him play, you could also pick up someone in the mid lane. You know, Annie's been quite high priority, Ryze as well on the new patch.
Pantheon instead.
Pantheon, yeah. So a pick that has kind of dropped off in terms of priority in the LCK, started having less and less success recently. But definitely something that works. And UCal will go for that Ryze. So not picking a pairing with the Ezreal yet. A little risky considering you're into Jhin Karma. But one in that mid lane pick. And notably, you pick Ryze, you can now get rid of the Anivia from Chovy, Cassiopeia as well. You can thin out some of those counters that have been causing issues for the Ryze so far. And I think for Genji, you know, maybe because it's second pick for DRX, there's some concerns about top lane picks, but I think for the most part you can just target supports.
Yeah, I imagine that's probably the way.
Nico,
given the fact that everything is like, if they ban Nico, it'd be kind of funny, wouldn't it?
I mean,
Wadid is there on the space.
I know he hates Ezreal Nico, but we do see a lot of Ezreal Nico, and Nico does badly in a Karma, so I don't think Genji are going to be too scared about it. Wadid's not even there to stop it. Instead, they go for the Nautilus.
So he's just leaving to cast the LEC right now. So we are second fiddle to Wadid. Oh man, he is soon to go the way of the Mal House, I think. It's not looking good for Wadid.
His mind's already over there.
It is. It definitely is. Oh dear, he never left G2 as it turns out. Actually, he is with them right now, as we know. The Jace is going to be taken away here. So just making sure like some of the blind pick options aren't going to be there.
I'm not a big fan of this because you have counter pick as DRX. We've seen counter picks work into the Jace. I know Keen's obviously a very scary player, but you know who else is a scary player? Chovy, and you left his Anivia up when you have a Ryze.
And his Cassiopeia up as well. And he just played that matchup, and we had to have like multiple times talking about the Deathfire Touch issue that they're going to be running into. Maybe the Cassiopeia support is what their answer is into Jhin Karma, and that's the way of denying it. Haha.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, DRX could pick the Anivia themselves here.
Oh yeah, Anivia support. That'd be
and use it as a bit of a denial. I wouldn't hate that, but the Nico is still open and available. I feel like Ezreal Nico will probably be what we go towards. Although actually, go in Ezreal Seraphine. So not as reliable a pairing, I feel like, as Ezreal Ashe, but you have a good amount of poke, good amount of sustain. And the pairing with Jarvan is very powerful. We've seen that.
Yeah.
The Ashe Seraphine Jarvan super strong. Obviously the Ashe isn't here, but that Jarvan Seraphine duo is still there.
Very powerful. I'm wondering whether Chovy is going to go for the bird or whether it will be the Cassio. We know that he very much enjoys playing Anivia these days. So that might just be where he goes. Instead, we're going to start off with Keen's pick. Oh, man. Jhin, Sion. Probably my least favorite combination in all of League of Legends.
Gion.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, Sion's been doing
no.
well.
Gion, Sin.
Sin.
Actually just Sin.
Yeah, just Sin. Sion's been doing really well in the LCK recently. Bit of a brick wall, and some of the top lane options thinned out as well, though he does well into Jace, but no Gwen going to be able to come out for Rich. And actually, it is just going to be the Anivia.
Yep. It does make some sense. It's been one of the favorites of Chovy these days. And just enough for the top side of the map into the Sion. Rich should be having a pretty good time in that matchup, although we have seen Keen do some pretty ridiculous things on the Sion in the early game.
Yeah.
So it's not a safe one for Rich, necessarily.
I feel like the draft started off pretty well. KRX, right? They set up a situation where they're going to get the Ezreal and the Jarvan, kind of baiting Gen G into taking that Karma. But I feel like on the latter end, not banning the Anivia feels like such a free pick for Chovy when you prioritize that Ryze. Like, the third pick Ryze, setting yourself up to ban the counters, but then not banning the counters, I feel like was a bit of a missed move by KRX. And now having to deal with Jhin Karma, super strong bot lane 2v2. You have the Anivia in the mid lane. We know Chovy's been absolutely popping off on that pick. And Keen's just going to be a brick wall on this Sion. So I think Gen G kind of have everything they really want, other than, you know, maybe preferring to have a bit more of a higher priority jungler. But they'll definitely just take the Pantheon.
They absolutely will. I am very much hoping that Canyon actually plays this proactively, though. This has been one of the champions where he has just said, well, I'm on this great early game jungler, I will see you in the jungle, and hasn't really done too much with it. That and the Jarvan have been some of the issues there, but I do think that he showed that he can play proactively on the Skarner in their last game, and hopefully he can bring that forward into this one here for their first game of this home front against KRX. KRX on the closest thing to home soil is for them as Lazy Feel is Vietnamese. Let's get into it. Not sure about the whole fan chant situation here with it being the home front, but I wanted to give it a chance to see whether it was going to happen. Just a little bit of a different thing as we are not in Korea anymore. That's all right. Capybara having a little bit of a bath here. It's so incredibly cute. I love that emote.
But it's also great because, you know, we had well, it was back when they were DRX, but the KRX, they had their emote, which was the Lazy Fuel Capybara.
Oh, yeah, true.
So it's cool that we're getting the Capybara emotes coming out as well.
Just celebrating.
Sides.
All right, so this is not likely to be all that much fun for DRX, is what I'm expecting.
Yeah.
They can always lean on the fact that they're not playing Jhin.
That is true. But Jhin Karma, pretty strong lane.
Oh, well, Lazy Feel with a very preemptive barrier there. Still lost the trade. But Ruler used his as well. Heals coming out all over the place. We just really like to make sure that at level 1 you get everything on cooldown.
Heavy trading. You can't get some good trading in here as well. Onto the Anivia, both running the Deathfire Touch here. Seeing this be pretty popular on the Ryze. I was thinking that Ryze without the Phase Rush would be a fair bit weaker, but it seems like the priority's risen.
Yeah.
I was also thinking the lack of Phase Rush specifically into Anivia would be a problem, but
I feel like our Ryze players have just said, but we can build Swifties, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
And we've seen sometimes that it's actually been fine. Not necessarily in this matchup specifically, but just a lot of Ryzes have just decided that they want to build Swifties regardless. And that is their way of mitigating it. So far, you can see everything pretty even throughout this one. But as far as like an even game state is concerned, I feel like an Anivia is always pretty happy about that. But over the side of DRX, they have Ryze and Ezreal that are going to be menaces later on in this game. I think they're pretty happy for a quiet one to start this off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just a little concerned that having the Sion as a front line, you have the Pantheon as well who can soak a lot of damage, can feel difficult for the Ezreal to have that impact if you're just firing Mystic shots into a brick wall.
Yeah.
And also we've seen how Anivia, even if the lane isn't necessarily a massive advantage, can crush Ryze just when you start setting up for team fights. Now Willow is trying to find an angle here, but has been spotted.
Yeah, Canyon able to come on over here as well, as the world's smallest wall is going to be put up here by Chovy, just to bother him momentarily. Canyon comes on down though, it's going to be a trade of scuttles, and everything stays quiet in the early stages of the game. King catching a wave, looks like he's having an okay time here with his Soul Furnace up, hanging out in this top lane, just trying to weather the storm that is going to be the Gnar matchup.
Yep, a huge amount of pressure for him to get things done here. So far, you know, we saw some of those early trades gone pretty heavily in favor of Gen G's bot lane, but Laserfield and Andal getting a reset in and doing a decent job of keeping up in terms of farm. We'll be a little bit behind after Ruler picks up this wave.
Yeah, that one shouldn't be too denied, especially when Ruler and Dura have full health here underneath this turret.
One unfortunate thing is that Laserfield didn't actually get a chance to pick up a tier on his reset, so I think going back for it now, obviously pretty important to get that early on.
Yeah, we'll actually complete it now. Got a longsword, so could have got it. Decided not to. So maybe that was a little bit of an error. It just goes for another reset here. They did get the crash, so it isn't going to be the end of the world, as he is joining the minion wave as he moves on up. And things still remain pretty even when it comes to the bottom side. UCal as well, tier check. He has his, and Andal also has his. So there we go. All of the relevant tiers have been purchased. Chovy doesn't have his, though. That might be a problem. We'll see whether he's going to go for that build. Is Andal going to force the flash out of said Chovy?
Yeah, good setup from KRX, kind of coming in with a pincer movement from the sides, able to get Chovy's flash. Decent proactive play. We'll see if they're able to capitalize on that lack of summoner later on. But for now, finding a good timing there. And as Duro moved in but wasn't really able to do anything until after the play had already happened. They are now trying to really heavy contest this river. See Canyons kind of hovering around the banana brush.
Yeah.
They won't find anything yet.
Ruler really wants to hit someone with that last shot. Does manage to do so. Gets the Deadly Flourish onto Lazyfield as well. As Duro does find the W but doesn't find the snare. We'll see Canyon moving on down here as the Realm Warp is going to join him. Flash out from Canyon. Does have Chovy moving on down as UCal flashes forward. The Aegis going to be helping as Ruler turns up as well. They want to really kill this Pantheon, but they're not going to be able to do so before Chovy grabs first blood. Finally, they'll take down Canyon, but there's a beautiful wall to set up for the return kill onto Willa. A 2-for-1 trade for Gen G so far as the Deadly Flourish is going to connect on Andal as well, as there is Chovy finding it from downtown, and they're going to make it a 3-for-1.
This can be one of the big dangers of committing onto a Pantheon, is that he can stall for so long, buy so much time. We've actually looked from the start of this play, so we have 3 members collapsing on a Canyon, but he flashes away. UCal flashes to get the root, but his Aegis blocks so much damage. He then stuns and dodges a follow-up from Andal with the heal coming in from Duro. He actually isn't even the first to die in the play. He only goes down now. Look how low Willer is. Look how low Lazyfield is, and they've already lost UCal. They committed so heavily to kill Canyon. And in the meantime, the rest of Gen G were just getting free hits in and pick up 3 kills in return. Bit of a disaster for KRX.
I would say so, because they just got Chovy's flash. They're like, yes, we've kept him down. And now he's 2-0-1 with his catalyst complete. Got a cheeky ring there as well. Wanted to build up some of those stacks, and sitting at 6,500 gold in the lead over UCal. It's not like end of the world gold lead, but it's getting close. And at 6.5 minutes, that is a little early for this one to look like this. As all right, Willa looking for another opportunity. Does have Cataclysm now complete. And Chovy's still with no flash, so there is no way that he can get out of this. But with his Catalyst, just takes so much killing. And he still has egg, ladies and gentlemen, so they were not killing him under that turret.
Yeah, they had to get him down outside of tower range. They could pump damage in the egg to get it. But unfortunately, weren't able to meet the DPS requirement.
Oh, and I do want to have a look as well at Ruler's build. I know it's a dangerous thing to do sometimes, but there is no Ghostblade in sight. That's a BF sword, Orcs. I'm feeling fantastic.
So often we see, I feel like the Ghostblade, the reason...
Oh, a little bit of a gnar into the wall here is Kane. Just going to get a grasp stack and say thank you for that one. So Rich is trading relatively well. That Q missing there from Keen. Going to be helping Rich out in this matchup, but I think Keen just very happy to keep farming.
Yeah. I feel like often we see the Ghostblade come through because it's so much easier to recall and get a Dirk than it is to get a BF sword. And the Stormrazor build path feels kind of bad if you're not backing at some point with a BF sword. but it feels like such a smoother build path to just be able to go straight into your crit. And the fact that Rula has that, he's in prime position now. They are looking for Yukal.
Yeah, Yukal just going to be snared up here by Duro. Canyon does get put into the rune prison, but I don't think he's surviving. Oh, makes it out just barely. As Rula now looking for the fight against LazyFeel, who's arcane shifting after him. The minions were angry, and now the curtains have been called. True Rush puts him in position, but he does have the barrier there, and he'll slow down as Canyon also not going to be able to close the gap until right now. Takes a turret shot, though, as the Aegis Assault comes on in. Andil will explode as Duro's able to grab that one, and there's the snare, there's the shield, and down will go LazyFeel as somehow Genji made that work.
LazyFeel trying to get so much done in that situation. Now looking at Willa to see if he can clean up.
My goodness, this is looking dangerous. The Cataclysm gets flashed, so no damage does come on through. And then Duro is just going to snare him. The follow-up's Deadly Flourish will be there, and Willa doesn't find any joy.
Devastating for Willa if he'd ulted. Oh, he's going to try and stop the shield.
Oh, no.
I don't even think it actually hit, but
Flag
shield
not quite able to do
well. Yeah, Willa goes for the ult on a Rula. Rula flashes, the damage doesn't connect. He stays alive, and then he doesn't have the tools to chase down the Karma. We'll see the replay. LazyFeel gets a lot of damage down here. Feels confident, plays aggressively into Rula's face, but doesn't overstep, respecting the threat of the ult. True shot barrier comes through from Rula so he can keep channeling the ultimate. And then here Andil gets rooted, unfortunately. And LazyFeel manages to get a turnaround kill, but Arcane shifts into the Mantra, just gets rooted afterward. Duro tanking the tower as well to keep Rula alive.
Yeah, it was pretty masterfully done. Canyon has died twice so far, but activity prior to 10 minutes being 4 out of 5 of these kills certainly feels like he has followed the orders that we set for him. Deadly Flourish going to miss here towards this bottom side as Andil's having a bit of a sing. And KRX, oh, the flash encore going to come on through. The beat drop comes down. LazyFeel finding the combo. Rula staying alive for the moment as Duro looking to try and get some of that health bar back and avoids a whole bunch of those skill shots and will keep himself alive. Meanwhile, the train has left the station in this top lane as Keen going aggressive onto Rich. Oh, there's a flash solo kill from this Scion. Man, Rich, we warned you about this.
The solo kill as the Scion into not something you see every day, but Rich I mean, Keen just has this tendency when he's playing Scion to find solo kills where other players cannot. A pick that has to be respected. Full channel Q comes out here. Rich is in Mega at the start of this as well. So much damage done.
I think just caught thinking that Keen had backed, and so Rich, I think, used too many buttons on the wave, perhaps. Very unfortunate.
The stun from the Q coming in as Rich turns into Mini as well. Basically perfectly timed. And I feel like things are looking pretty dire. KRX 2,400 gold down. I will say LazyFeel has been kind of popping off for some of these fights, but
oh dear. Rich does still have flash, as now the curtains have been called. Duro comes from behind the turret though. What the heck? What was that?
Flanking Karma, able to help deliver that play. Rich goes down even after using the flash, and the problem is bot lane, you cannot do the same thing to this Scion. It is just not feasible. Well from Yukal just to clear the wave.
Yeah, so we'll be able to deny, you know, the crystalline overgrowth, I guess. So that is something. Already one plate was taken here on this top side, but Yukal, I mean, you don't want to be putting out fires. You want to be starting them for the enemy team, right?
Yeah, if you actually look on the minimap, you can see this line of wards that Duro clearly went and put down and avoided the control ward in the tri-brush. It just went on a full journey through the enemy jungle to get that flank through.
Yeah, it's a vision tour. Just did a bit of a vision tour.
And he got that, you know, that's the control ward you learn about when you started playing League of Legends. They used to just put down in the enemy jungle and it'd be there for 30 minutes.
Yep, the one that you have to name. Often gets called Albert on my cast.
We'll see how long Albert lasts in this game.
The last time we had an Albert wasn't very long.
The problem is...
few people have clued in.
It was Duro's...
Oh, it gets replaced immediately.
Yeah, that's the problem, is it's Duro's control ward and supports just spam control wards, so... Not very long. Goodbye, Albert. It was nice knowing you.
Or unless you've just moved to the back of the Dragon Pit, that'd be nice. It's nice to know that Albert's still
actually,
here.
I think they placed him... I think Duro placed him in the tri-brush and he just...
Oh, did he?
He just got cleared.
All right, so he just... So that's not him there. Okay.
Goodbye, Albert.
Oh, bye, Albert.
again.
So many times we've had to say goodbye to Albert as Rich is going to knock into the wall. Do you think that Keen noticed? I don't.
I don't think he felt it.
No, it's just, you know, you have to do a lot of work to try and do damage to this Scion. Not as much to do damage to Willa, though, who is getting pushed out by Canyon. Deadly Flourish is good, but the buffer is there as the spear is going to connect. Andal is just nothing he can do about that. Sandwiched into the wall.
Oh, Ruler's ult is about to come up.
Oh, there it is. The curtains have been called as now Lazyfield does get out of the way of it, but still gets stunned up by Chovy. The bullets are going to rain down onto Willa, and now it's 10-2 in favor of Gen G. This is demolition in Vietnam.
Just feels like a regular theme of this game has been members of Gen G, often Duro, like behind the enemy turret, cutting you off from escaping. Here, they just push in, they know they're strong. And I just feel bad for Andal. Chovy walks up and just traps him against the wall after the root.
Look at this.
He's just stuck.
Counterplay, please.
It's just unfair. And then Ruler's ult comes up. The first two shots were calibrating. The last two are spot on. Lazyfield tries to get out of it and just ends up in the face of the Pantheon. So, tough start for KRX.
And we do have Stormrazor completed here for Ruler. Got a cheeky little Zeal there as well, building towards the rapid fire cannon second. Hopefully then it is an Infinity Edge. And this Jhin, I mean, as far as Jhin builds go, it's one of my favorites.
IE or LDR are both good item, although not that much armor coming through yet from KRX.
Expecting that the IE should be the one that he goes for. Right now, it feels like it doesn't even matter too much, as Canyon pretty deadly at this point in time with a 1,200 gold lead. Very similar to that of Chovy and of Ruler. They will be able to take down this dragon as well. Chovy might be in a little bit of trouble as Rich throws a house at him, and Yukal is going to show up, but he just flashes away, and he'll be all right.
Yeah, Rich just not quite in range to get that wallop stun down onto Chovy. The slow coming in clutch there from the Glacial Storm keeps Chovy safe. Still has to flash, but I think surviving that, flash or not, is a pretty big win.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't make Shelly upset. So Duro just going to leave after taking a bit of Q damage. But we have bounties set up, ladies and gentlemen. This is it's really getting into dire straits for KRX. They are more than 5,000 gold behind at 15.5 minutes into the game. 12 kills already as well. I mean, it's pretty bloody when it comes to a Gen G game, especially a Gen G game that has Jhin, Scion. You know, they'd often be playing for the late game, not to mention Anivia, who certainly does enjoy it when games go long.
They're not under a huge amount of pressure to get the ball rolling, but they
did.
Definitely did, yeah.
And, man, Canyon really upping the tempo, though, you know? Not 100% kill contribution, but is 100% death contribution. Which is, I mean, I'll take any proactivity at this point. As the teleport's coming on in here, Chovy just wandering around doing lots of damage to Willa. Canyon coming on forward, not hit by that encore as the Seraphine is just going to go down. True Shot Barrage hits Keen, I think, but I'm not entirely sure. As Canyon gets a big old shield, he'll be okay. Rich, he will not though, as now Yukal stuck underneath the turret, the huge wall. And speaking of walls, Keen is one.
Yeah, as soon as Keen got aggro, I'm like, that turret's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Like, it is not a factor at all. KRX try and make a play and get shut down. Now Lazyfield has to do some fancy footwork.
Well, is able to just arcane shift out of the cone. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, saves you having to dodge. See these AD carries definitely going very aggressively against
another
each other.
turret shot.
That will force him to back away, but he will be okay. The rest of the team, not so much.
No, let's have a look at this one more time.
Yeah, they go for Chovy. Chovy disengages pretty well, and then the TPs start coming in. The Pantheon ult starts coming in. You can see KRX a bit indecisive. Do they want to go forward? Do they want to go backward? They end up committing quite heavily, and Canyon, once again, the focus target, but with Karma Shields and that Aegis to keep him alive, so hard to take him down. And this is kind of us seeing Pantheon doing what he does best.
Yeah.
Gets a triple kill as well, cleans up that one onto Yukal. He is now extremely fed in this game.
And Seraphine kind of singing with her back to the audience in that one. A little bit unfortunate there, wasn't able to deal with the Pantheon that was the big problem. Doesn't really quite find the ulti angle that they were looking for. Keen now has 2 items. Malignance is done for Chovy as well.
Yeah.
A fun little choice. 207 on the Anivia. Ruler will finally deal with this outer turret in the mid lane because his rapid fire cannon's also done. It's an 8,000 gold lead, sub 20 minutes. This is just a massacre.
Yeah.
There's always game 2.
That's
what we like to say. But, I mean, at this point, they're winning so hard, you may as well give them game 2 as well.
And in fairness, the last time these two teams played, Gen.G did also kind of stomp that game. And then KRX came back in game 2. So, you know, maybe they're looking to go down that line again, because
you'd hope so.
This one is feeling a little bit extremely doomed.
A little bit extremely indeed. As, oh my goodness, he was dead before the train got there.
Yeah, I think he was waiting for Keen to come before flashing or using barrier, and he just got caught off guard by the Pantheon burst. He has 6 kills now, by the way.
Yep. And also, that's why we don't blame LazyField for not pressing those buttons, because, you know, if he does use it, then the train comes, and then he has nowhere to go. So, just a little doomed. As Chovy teleports towards that bottom side, clears out that wave in an instant.
Oh, this is a tight turn. Oh, no problems there. Canyon, solid work.
Yep, turned on a dime. Pretty good turning circle on good old Shelly. As there's the stun, but does eat it, does Willa, with his flag and drag. But the inner turret's going to be taken down. That gold lead moves to 10k, sub 20 minutes. Inner turret's up in top and mid, but I don't know for very much longer.
Just saw an ult out of Ruler, force the flash from Rich there as he disengages away. It's a Hextech Soul this game. I do not think it is relevant at all.
No.
I'm not sure we're getting very many more dragons.
Yeah, we might get a Baron. That's going to spawn in 11 seconds time. And I think Gen.G might be able to just take it if they would like to.
Yeah.
Whether they do is, you know, up for debate. But Mikhail's is done. Like, Duro is an entire Mikhail's ahead of Andal right now. Just makes Ruler so incredibly safe. Makes, in fact, anyone that gets engaged on so incredibly safe. Duro kind of has been everywhere this game.
Yeah, LazyField at least has his core items done, which is obviously a big point of power for the Ezreal, but is still very behind.
Yeah, he is able to do a bit of damage here, but the Arcane Shift is going to be immediately punished as the Flash does have to come on through. They do take down the Pantheon, and KRX actually finding a bit of an angle in this one. The Realm Warp to try and push it further even more, as Ruler could be in trouble. Rich is running real fast, trying to catch up to him, but the turn is on, and down will go the Gnar. Keen, I mean, they're not going to kill him. The rest of Gen.G, though, can they actually catch up? As LazyField able to Arcane Shift to safety. 1-for-1 though, definitely pretty good here for KRX, as they are the team that was exceedingly far behind. An even trade certainly going to benefit them way more, as the wall going to get set up. Willa going to have to flag and drag over it, and it is going to be Andal able to escape as well. So Gen.G losing out on 1,000 of their gold lead.
Honestly, this was a great play from Andal, and really this could have been the comeback play for KRX. If you look at the ult flash he does here, gets it through the Pantheon onto Ruler.
Perfect.
They jump onto Ruler, but Keen is just such a momentum killer. This brick wall that kind of stops the rest of KRX moving forward. The wall from Chovy as well denies the backline follow-up, and Rich gets focused down as he tries to move forward onto Ruler. And then Keen just pushes up, and LazyField is firing Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot, and it does
was he?
Nothing.
Yeah, I didn't notice.
Yeah, unfortunately. He has immediately picked up a Last Whisper.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
I think that's a shrewd investment.
Well, Keen's at it again, as he does manage to land onto Yukao. Gets the knock up there as well, as LazyField is going to be the first target. They take him down immediately. Great flash from Duro, avoids Rich, as Canyon might be his target, and I think Ruler is going to be able to protect him this time. And in fact, Canyon gets the work done himself with his spear. Now the Deadly Flourish going to connect onto Andal as well, slowed down by the Mantra Q, and he will be dead. Gen.G getting some revenge from their jungler dying the first time around. That's 3 on the floor for KRX, and I think they will just break open the base. Chovy just happily farming in the top lane.
Yep. Feels like this game was done a while ago, but they are just putting extra nails into the coffin. Yeah. KRX at least going for these attempts, trying to make things happen, but just being met with a gigantic gold lead. And Genji just shutting them down. Yeah, it's a lot.
Okay, Chovy building 3rd item dash cannon is unheard of, by the
gold
way.
lead is just like a third of Kingdom DRX's gold.
It is a big amount of lead.
Yeah. Ult comes in here from Keen, and Lazyfield does manage to avoid it with the Arcane Shift, but then gets stunned over the wall. CC gets laid, doesn't get to play the game. And Rich, oh, we get another fight.
All right, we're straight back into it. Ando just going to get crashed into by a train. That one generally hurts. As Ruler taking a lot of killing, but he will finally go down as they did just Realm Warp on top of him. But now, oh goodness, like reality, Genji are just crashing down on KMDRX. It's a triple for Canyon as the wall is phenomenal from Chovy. UCal getting a fair bit of AoE down here, but it is Chovy that's able to get that work done. And now Willer is running away as the last man standing of KMDRX. He does have a smite button. It's not available just yet, but he could potentially contest this, but I think Keen and Duro are going to make sure that the Jarvan is ushered out of the jungle.
Yeah, not giving him a chance to contest this one.
10, 3, and 8 for Canyon.
And you know what? I'm going to say something. He was for sure going for that Penta. You could see him lining it up.
Yep.
He popped the scared Yumi emote after it got stolen by Chovy. He was hoping. That was his angle. That was his chance. And then after the Ryze died, he realized it was not to be. This was just great target selection from Keen and Canyon here. Straight onto this. Seraphine just dies immediately. Lazyfield can't really be in a position to play the game. They commit onto him after the wall just slightly misses there from Chovy. Puts him on the other end, but they flash to commit to the play. And then here, Canyon's got a triple. He's like, oh, is it
I see it.
Look, he lines up the spear, and it gets stolen. And then he pops the Yumi emote immediately after.
And
so,
that's why they were very happy to leave Willer alive and just take this Baron instead.
Yeah, it really told the story, that situation. And honestly, maybe for the best for Genji, because I know they would have chased Willer to the end of the year.
They would have.
And not gone for Baron.
All right,
Keen.
Man, there are train tracks all over the place here as he just rams it into the turret. They don't have a lot of minions.
Yeah.
But Keen does have a lot of health bar. So I guess they are just going to stand here and take down this turret here. Brute Force is the way as Roar the Slayer comes on through. Deadly Flourish connects onto Lazyfield there as well. There's the Encore onto the front line as Chovy gets gnawed back by Rich and flashes immediately out of the way. The Cataclysm comes on down, but they're a bit off kilter, and the gold lead is just massive. The Jarvan will finally fall, and the curtains, I think, are certainly called for KMDRX here in this game, as the second inhibitor likely to follow suit as Rich just looking to get back towards the rest of his teammates. And Genji, I mean, there is a Canyon with a very low health bar, so maybe not going to go for too much more. As somehow that Hex Gate was taken here by Ruler.
Yeah, that was close. I thought he was definitely just going to get denied on it and go down. But it was honestly a good fight from KRX.
Keen can die.
12,000 gold down. But unfortunately, they are. Actually, they're about to be 13,000 gold. That ult from Andal. Great work, and then comboing here with the follow-up from Willer. Rich slams Canyon in as well. It's a positive start to the fight, but the damage just isn't there. The gold just isn't there. And even with that solid start where they take down this seemingly immortal Scion, they just don't have the gas in the tank to follow through on the play. And Genji managed to force them away and back off.
Okay. Oh, nice dash cannon there for you, Cal.
Okay, I've got to ask you something.
Yes.
Max.
Yes.
We're not really... we're talking about the Jhin build.
Yeah. Oh, no! Oh, no. The fourth... No,
the late Dick?
Oh, the good old fourth item collector.
Is he
the forbidden tech.
Is he going... Maybe.
Fourth item Ghost Blade so he can chase down his foes.
Here's my theory. Maybe he is going Serpent Span. Because there is...
Oh, that'd be cute.
A non-zero amount of shielding on the side of KMDRX, you know, from UCal with his Willer and Andal.
I would hate that the least.
Yeah,
I think.
I agree with that.
That's all right. There is the jump in Gnaw from Rich, and a decent encore there as well as Chovy is taking some damage, taken down to the egg, in fact, as Lazyfield off to the side, trying to get that damage through. Does have to arcane shift over the wall, though, and it's a double kill for Ruler. Yeah, Chovy, he went to the egg, but then he was just fine. The triple set up for Rula. He wants the penta, and Ucal is set up for it, and Chovy steals another one with Willa left alive. Oh my goodness, it's beautiful. It's like a dance, isn't it? As Gen G just do the same steps over and over again. It is going to be a full house. Rula's full of Chovies in the end as the ace comes through, and the Nexus is finally taken down.
Chovy really said to his teammates, if you want to get a penta, you've got to get through me.
Yeah, he did.
That is the biggest challenge.
If I can get this kill, you don't deserve the penta.
I think the best thing is like he gets those final 2 kills, and he's like, Rula, that was my penta.
Why did you take those first 3 kills, you jerk?
Crushing game. I do think, being completely honest, those last couple of fights, you could see some good execution from KRX, but unfortunately, execution just doesn't matter that much when you're that far behind in gold. Like, the starts of the fights were good. That's kind of the potential we saw from KRX the last time they had this series, but they were just so far behind. Gen G had all the gold they needed to close that game out and do it in style.
Yeah, they looked pretty good while they were doing it as well. And it was another one of these somewhat slow and could have been given as one of these lack of damage compositions. Not when Canyon does 30k. I didn't really factor in the Pantheon because sometimes Canyon's a bit sleepy in game 1.
Yeah.
Not sleepy here.
This was a great Pantheon game. This was kind of the Pantheon we've seen take over games in the LCK that's kind of fallen off in priority and not really had that success recently. Canyon reminding us why it was such a high prio pick earlier in the season.
Have to say as well, Keen was incredibly impressive. Getting that solo kill in lane and then always just driving into the middle of KRX to force fights over and over again to get this one closed out.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't think we can really stop singing the praises of Keen, but this is another one of those great examples of pretty good play on the side.
Yeah, that one fight in the mid lane where it was just him and Canyon hunting down targets was just so good.
Just incredible. Time for us to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back, we're going to see whether KRX can fight back against Gen G in Hanoi and keep this series alive. We'll also have the space to break down that game number 1, and then we'll be back again.
자르반 쪽 자르반 그냥 봐도 된다. 나 W 있어. 야 나르다. 자르반도 노플이야. 미카엘 없어요. 나 미카엘 없어. 이긴 듯. 나 알 좀 지켜줘. 지켜줄게.
이제 비전 받았어. 뒤에 공 한번 싸울게요.
나 헤드 좀 볼래? 나 미카엘 없어요. 펜타 이거? 아니야. 뭐야?
In there though, and so is Closer actually. Looking for the backline, KO'd by himself. And Clear is actually going to join him there as well, but I think this Ezreal has to try and figure it out. Does manage to take down Ghost. He's going to die as well, and never mind, he is going to figure it out. And the Showmaker is babysitting a cannon here in this bottom lane as well.
How do you think Helen in trouble?
Yeah, gets the encore, but the hop does come out, dodges the beat drop as well, and that should be the end of Kellen. Does get a heal out, but the hyper is going to be enough. And Vikwa also having to deal with that one. In the meantime, I mean, the inner turrets are falling down, kind of everything is falling apart. Meganar comes on through the wallop, the crush.
뭐야, 다 잡았냐? 야, 뭐, 올 수 있어? 갈 수 있어. 그냥 참아. 차면 무조건 돼.
Try and get on top of aiming. He picks the angle. The kick doesn't get him over the wall, but Nando still turns up, and the face call isn't able to save the Caitlyn. It's a double kill. We are looking at 15 seconds until this Infernal Soul, and Canyon takes a bit of damage here, does get himself a shield, and he goes Trophy. One more time, where did Andal go? As the Culling trying to do some work here, but Trophy's still looking. Oh, he gets it with the fade away, another wild growth to keep the Akali alive. As Rich tries to be the golden barbecue, but it doesn't quite work as Willa gets in there, but he's alone. Takes him down immediately. As Perfect's gonna get a back dogs on the top side, but he goes Zeka looking for more. He's not gonna get all too much as now Zayas says, I'll pick it up, 3-man counter-strike, right into that back line. And that's gonna be the end of aiming, as this Jax goes so hard with just the one item. Right up.
Không một ai lường trước được rằng chúng tôi, những underdog, sẽ làm được điều này. Con rồng xanh bất khuất sẽ một lần nữa cất cánh bay lên ngay tại nơi này. Thăng Long, Hà Nội.
Feel the dark overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems. We're playing with fire. Every sky's a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the storm.
Hello and welcome to The Space. We're here after game number 1 of KRX at their home front up against Gen G. And once again, as has been the theme of today, it was a bit of a one-sided affair. Gen G did take it down pretty easily. What do you guys think about that game number 1?
I mean, let's talk about the draft first, right? I think that there were some tools here for DRX. The attempted, Ezreal pick away didn't necessarily find a lot of value. They took the Seraphine in the end, which as some function of this draft, I think it empowers Ryze pretty well, and Jarvan can help extend the Encore. But it didn't feel like they had a strong plan. They picked a lot of high-tier champions, but they walked face first into the Anivia counter pick, for example, that they didn't actually take away. And the Gnar pick here should have been able to generate more, but it certainly did not. I think that a lot of this game came down to some early mistakes, and against a team like Gen.G, if you give them that little in, they just take over the whole map.
Yeah, I want to talk about the bot lane matchup more is because like they had the Ezreal Seraphine, which doesn't function well together. I mean, if they want to play Ezreal, again, I think that champion is built for winning early laning phase, and I think you can't really win against Jhin Karma as Ezreal Seraphine.
Pick Nico!
No. I think you have a better answer, right? No, we have a better answer here. I think they should have just played Azure Nami here. So I think they could actually do something in lane, like win lane against it, so you can actually have a Azure winning lane. But I think after that, like, you can't really win the lane. You don't really get anything from these picks. And also, again, you put the matchup, like the Anivia versus Ryze, into Chovy. I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah, that was definitely a mistake. And speaking of mistakes, we do have to talk about the early game where at the Dragon, there was a little bit of shenanigans that did go on here as, you know, things started out pretty mellow, but very quickly got a little bit out of hand.
So yeah, I think the idea was great because here, I think it was great usage of the using the mid pressure. Here you can see like Yukol having the mid priority into the river. So I think it was really great idea to pressure the jungler, even though you don't have the pressure on the bot lane. But in fact, that you already used all the skills here, so you're on the cooldown, and you already got the small victory here, which is the Pantheon Flash. And your bot lane is not ready to take the fight, so you gotta be okay with the flash, and you're just done. But instead of that, what will happen next is that they're just gonna keep chasing over the Pantheon, and they're gonna take the fight when Gen.G had the full priority in the bot lane.
I don't know, we have to come up with a name for this. Maybe it's Lost Lane Syndrome or something like that, but I feel like so many of our East Side teams, when they're losing lane, all in this fight. Like every single time, because they're like, oh, we have to do something, we have to take the skirmish, we found an angle, maybe we got the jungler. And we've seen teams like Gen.G, T1, KT actually punish those attempted all-ins all the time. And when you go for that, when your bottom laner is at like 1/3 health and you lose that fight so decisively against a team like this, the game like ends in that moment. Like it's just done and you don't even get to see the comp's win conditions. There were other problems going on at the same time, like Rich getting solo killed in the Gnar and Sion matchup and stuff like that. But I feel like if you just do as we did say and take the flash and continue to try to play your lane out, let Lazyfield carry later on in the game when the Ezreal actually hits his 2-item spike, then you've got a playable game. But they just keep forcing because they're like, oh, Ezreal's behind. We have to make something work. And it just was a zero-sum game there.
Yeah, it feels like a little bit of an air of desperation, you know, for the teams that don't find a lot of success. They're like, we got to get something huge off of this. Whereas the teams that find a lot of success are like, well, we know how to take the little wins and kind of build off of that. And speaking about wins, we have to move to the top lane where Gen.G were essentially able to put the cap on this game.
This is probably the last team fight that they could actually look for because Chovy was kind of overstepping, but it's not. He has Zac, and they were just super far ahead from the early game, so it was just an easy cleanup from Gen.G here.
Chovy's positioning is so good.
Yeah.
They have to turn target onto Canyon, but he could buy so much space with his shield. Then the Karma shows up, and this is just how you play the map better. They're using their global pressure incredibly well here with the Pantheon, and everyone rotates up so fast. And Chovy just walks away. He's like, okay, I'm the vulnerable target. I have Egg, but I'm still not going to let them get my passive. And then suddenly Canyon buys the space. Then the Karma shows up, and unfortunately for DRX, it was a desperate play that backfires.
Well, regardless of the results of game number 1, it does look like the boys from the side of DRX are still having a good time over there in Hanoi as we head back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1, or, you know, what was game number 1. It was a pretty one-sided affair as Gen.G kind of put DRX in their place. But as you mentioned on the show, Ox, earlier on, this did happen, and then DRX, they rose to the occasion.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, that first game they played last time, Andal went 1-7-1. You know, Rich went 2-4-0. It was also a tough game when they faced off last time and lost that game 1 and then came back strong in game 2. So we'll see what they're able to put forward. I think obviously the Anivia to Chovy, there were some question marks about letting that go through.
Yep.
So hopefully, you know, obviously don't have to deal with that whole conversation since it is Fearless and those picks won't be available. But I'm hoping they can give themselves some better tools this game, especially because, you know, Lazyfield was popping off at times in the Ezreal.
He was.
But things did just kind of fall apart pretty early.
And one of the things was that we didn't really see the Lucian looked at. Maybe that's something that Lazyfield can dive onto if it's left up and available. It was yesterday that the Lucian priority was absolutely absurd. And maybe that is going to creep back in here as Chovy and Ryu having a bit of conversation there. There was a bit of a grin on Chovy's face as well. I wonder what that means. Maybe it's allowing him to play Neferi mid. Wants to utilize the good old Deathfire touch build.
I hope so. I saw an interview as well being talked about.
Ooh.
It was I think it was Palafox.
Oh yeah.
He was talking about how they were playing it in scrims and like you just get hit by a Q and it's like, okay, well,
it's over.
It's over.
You were talking about your experience just doing 60% of someone's health with a Q.
It does
not sound very good.
That's the thing, is like early on, the dots, like it's some extra damage is nice, but it's not like an insane amount. But once you get some, you know, AD behind it, 'cause bonus AD ratio is so high and it scales up a bit, it's kind of crazy, especially with the new Cyclo sword.
Yeah.
That's why it was hitting so hard. Yeah, not sure. It'd be cool if we do see it. That is some bright lights.
Yeah, I am getting blinded here watching what's about to unfold in Hanoi. And hoping that KMDRX make sure that, you know, we get our money's worth, you know? This is a roadshow. These are the fun ones, and we want to get as much League of Legends as possible.
It's got to go to 3. Right?
It does.
That's the challenge.
And that's what happened last time.
That's what happened last
a couple
time.
weeks ago.
It's set up this match to be a banger because they had a close one last time. So I'm hoping KMDRX can repeat history a little bit.
Yep, that guy on your screen right there made sure that they didn't have very much fun at all on his Scion. Won't be playing that one again. Maybe Keen will be allowed to have some fun with some damage-dealing champions. But oftentimes they just force Keen to do
He did a
whatever.
lot of damage on Scion.
He did.
He could just pick Cassante, and then Cassante is pretty solid.
It is, and he does tend to have a fair bit of fun on the Cassante as well, so maybe that one is not going to go into the negatives column. Let's have a look at what is going to be banned away. I assume Varus, Rumble, Bard, Orianna, Nocturne will be banned. Maybe the Xin Zhao sneaks through this time, or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Jarvan and Pantheon gone. Xin Zhao priority definitely rises, so we'll see if that is something that looks to be secured here, because now KMDRX can just ban it again. Obviously, the Karma was taken out last game, so don't have to deal with that prospect.
Yeah, this is the one flex ban that that they have. And we'll see what it is going to be. You could ban that Lucian that we were talking about before. Genji with that first pick is Caitlyn going to be taken off the board. And so now if you do want the Lucian Milio, which is a possibility here, Genji would have to pick one of them now.
Yeah. Do you go in that direction? Do you just secure the Xin Zhao? That is kind of the question. Going for the Annie instead, which is a first pick we've seen be quite popular. So not really opting into either of those. If I'm KMDRX here, I think you could just go Xin Zhao Lucian in this situation.
Yeah, honestly, the answering Lucian Milio as well is pretty fantastic into an Annie. So I do like it.
Yeah, the one concern is if you go Lucian Xin Zhao, do they just take Milio away? Because Milio's pretty good with Lucian and good into Nami. Good into Annie.
Yeah.
So
I think maybe you have to lock in the full bottom lane here. I don't think you can mess around and leave the Milio up, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Go in that direction. I feel like we've seen this kind of develop a lot, where first pick ends up getting like their entire top side, and then second pick picks up that bot lane in the first two. So I wouldn't be surprised if Genji go jungle top here, maybe securing a Xin Zhao for Canyon, but instead they're actually going towards the bot lane.
Kog'Maw Lulu?
Kog'Maw Lulu might just come out.
Oh, that'd be a lot of fun.
I mean, it's really hard to trade with this as the Lucian Milio because you kind of have similar cooldowns on your power windows, right? The W on Milio, the W on Kog'Maw. And Lucian tries to play for the base trades. Kog'Maw just won't let that happen. You go for the base trade, he's going to run you down and just keep spamming autos on you.
This is kind of fun. We did see this out of Pays earlier on this season. Did look very, very good on that one as well. I believe it was also the Kog'Maw Lulu lane, which is kind of the guaranteed lane that you get. The price of this, though, is allowing the Xin Zhao to go over, and so KRX have a very powerful core with Melio Xin Zhao, which has found a lot of success.
Yeah, interesting as well that they opt to go for the Xin Zhao here. I mean, I understand it completely. Definitely a strong pick you're going to prioritize. And you can't ban away the Trundle and give it a better matchup, but it does mean that Aurora, which we often see into the Annie, is going to get taken out, I expect, by Genji in these bans. And trimming away some of the power there. I wonder if they go for another jungle ban here, because we often see Annie Wukong be a powerful combo. Sometimes it's Annie Lee Sin. These are all possible combos that you go for, or they may just opt to save it and put a ban towards top lane instead.
So there's that Aurora ban that you were talking about. I do think, like, Lulu opens up some interesting doors as well. We were talking about Neferi earlier on. The Neferi Lulu has been very powerful with that wild growth on the doggo, and with the Lee Sin Trundle both banned away, maybe there is some leeway for Canyon to get towards that.
The guaranteed dive in into the... It's kind of like the Nocturne Lulu we saw, but just like a bit of a different flavor.
Yep.
And obviously being a short-range AD carry, Lucian would be kind of vulnerable to that. The Lee Sin ban does come out, getting rid of that pairing.
One last mid lane ban, perhaps?
Yeah.
I don't know what the answer to Annie necessarily is, and neither to Genji. They're just going to take away the Jace, make sure that Rich isn't on that one.
I guess with KRX, I'm kind of a little concerned if the Jace comes out last. Could be a problem for Keen, depending on what he takes. They are just going to go for the Renekton here on 4.
That's an odd one.
Yeah,
with the fact that the Annie's already showing.
They wanted to prioritize that with Gnar and Jace gone. There is still picks that can be taken into it, like Vayne.
Yeah.
And we'll see if Keen's willing to try his hand at that again, as obviously it's not been his most successful pick over his career.
Yeah, I think a lot of Genji fans would prefer to forget that, as this would be a lot of fun.
Oh
man,
God.
We are playing full Juggermore. That is so cool. Okay, so Shen to provide a huge shield for the Kog'Maw that already has big shields.
Do you know who's going to be going crazy right now?
Cloud Templar.
No.
Oh.
We did.
Wait.
Because this is the stuff that G2 did.
Yeah, exactly.
Against Gen G, and we did have that drawing that he was doing with the Shen and the Kog'Maw. No Mundo, it seems like, coming through for Gen G.
And the Neferi that we were talking about, the consideration here, and can join with the Shen as well. So not only are you delivering a wild growth into the backline, but you're delivering a ninja there as well.
Yeah, this honestly feels pretty devious from Gen G, and KRX considering the Cassiopeia as an option to shut down some of this threat.
I mean, could be all right. Obviously doesn't do a whole lot with the miasma into the Annie. Instead, going to be locking away the Victor. We did see Showmaker have a pretty good time on the Victor, even if they ultimately did lose that game.
I think this might be really tough for KRX.
Yeah.
Some like the lane matchup bot is going to be a tough time, and then just the fact that you have the guaranteed dive in of the Neferi with the wild growth, then with the Shen on top. I struggle to see how Yukao and Lazyfield are going to survive against that, and that doesn't even mention the fact that there's an Annie as well.
Yeah, this is the thing. They've got so much peel for this Kog'Maw, and then they've also got so many extra threats that you also have to deal with.
So much dive as well. And also, if you're starting the fight, Kog'Maw can just ult on top of the target you're going for, which can do a good amount of damage if they're on lower HP to finish them off. So much dive threat, so much flexibility from Gen G in this composition to kind of play the game as they like.
Yep, Joker and Ryu, of course, formerly teammates on BNK4X.
Oh, there's this graphic.
There it is. The idea is 2 of them in the same game. Oh, absolutely insane. You did mention the Dr. Mundo, but I think the Neferi on this patch especially, even though he's probably not going to go the Fun Rune, is still going to be feeling very, very good, and we've seen it paired with the Lulu very effectively. This is a Gen G that are actually evolving and changing. That's very, very cool.
Yep.
We've seen Gen G stick to the same meta for an entire year, despite the fact that it has been changing around them, and just be good enough. This time around, they are adjusting. There are almost fan chants. I could almost hear them. We don't quite get them, as of course, this is a roadshow, so it's going to be a different story. As already, Duro and Ruler just trying to spit on Lazyfield and Andil here. And that is not a negative thing. That's just how Kog'Maw works.
Yeah.
Although I guess technically not with this skin because he's just a metal. I used to call this skin the oven. He just kind of looks like an oven. It's like all powered up.
A weird oven.
It's a weird oven, but it is an oven nonetheless. Or kind of like those the machines from the Matrix.
Yeah. Interesting he didn't opt to go for the Pugmore.
Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of very, very cool Kog'Maw skins. This is
like the butterfly one.
Yeah, the Monarch Kog'Maw. That one's I like that one a lot. But the Pugmore is very good. The Jurassic Kog'Maw also fantastic. Just a skeleton.
Yeah,
that's kind of cool. Just being a pretty butterfly is just so great.
Both these AD carries pretty strong level 2 spikes. But I think it's going to be a bit tricky for KRX trading into this combo.
Especially when they hit level 2. It is going to be met. LazyFeel and Andal hitting it as well.
That's big. They bait out the W from the Milio, and now Ruler has his W to look for some trades. Decent trade back though, honestly, from LazyFeel.
Yep. And Ruler just going to use it to farm from range right there. Has gone for the Doran's bow as well, which is kind of cute.
Yeah, I think it makes sense with Kog'Maw. Attack speed obviously very valuable, but Willa is here and he's in trouble.
Oh, yeah, they get the shield, but Ruler still has to flash. The wind becomes lightning. Caustic Spittle is kind of just landing every time. It's pretty nice. As we have the first game on Neferi for Canyon and Keen as well. Yeah, that's a lot of playing for the first time. We did know about the Kog'Maw, as obviously only Pays has played it so far. Now Keen just trying to put on his best Broken Blade impression.
Yeah, we also got the changes to Dusk and Dawn on this patch, so it's a little bit worse statted, but it now heals you every time you proc the Sheen effect, so pretty powerful.
Yeah, likely to be a pickup for the Shen, you could imagine. See whether he is just going to go the Kanavi Xin Zhao build. You could just do that. Titanic Hydra into the Dusk and Dawn.
That was the build that Broken Blade went. Titanic, Dusk and Dawn, then Vandal Pipes.
Yep. And I think that was the build that, was it Rich that played Shen? Someone played Shen quite recently in the LCK here as well, but my memory is failing me right now as to who exactly it was. But I think it was a very similar build.
Yeah.
Definitely had Vandal Pipes.
Also the Spellblade healing on Dusk and Dawn scales with bonus scales with AP and bonus HP, so it can be quite sizable on a tankier champ like Shen.
Yeah, goes back home, and just a cloth armor. So we're not getting very much information as to what's being built just yet.
Yeah, no indications there.
Just grabbing a couple of them. I think he's just going to get a cheeky Bramble Vest to start off the lane, make sure that he's as comfortable as possible, and deny as many Koldameeks as he can. All right. Oh, that denial was pretty nice, and even draws Rich under the turret. He's been practicing. He has been practicing the Shen. This guy has studied his X-Petu VODs.
Yep. Playing the matchup pretty well so far. Still pushed in by Rich, but Keen's going to hit level 6 soon, and at that point, making plays becomes a much more difficult calculation for KRX if you want to be proactive, which you definitely do into this Gen G composition.
Yeah, having a look here, Chovy is looking a little worse for wear up against the range advantage that UCal does have. Ruler also had to go back quite early, and so LazyFeel with a decent advantage down here towards this bottom side.
Ruler's inventory looks so funny because it just looks like the same item at different angles.
Yeah, true. Doran really did just copy the recurve. As Canyon does land a few of these the daggers, but is otherwise not going to look for much more than that. As Chovy and UCal continuing to fight. Willa just going to be following the dog around the jungle, though, as we can see. Great polymorph onto LazyFeel here. Will denied that trade, but that Light Slinger somehow landing. Pretty powerful as wow. That smite came down from the sky as we trade some R buttons.
Tend to do that.
Yeah, it does. It is kind of a way. Never really thought of it like that.
Well, Will is looking, but he has been spotted now. Canyon's going to try and force him away.
Yeah, when comes lightning coming on down as Canyon fighting this. Does go untargetable to try and avoid some of that damage and just flips over the wall. Will be all right. But Willer is also keeping him at bay. Exactly right. Canyon's in a bit of trouble. Dura is going to make his way over, though. The rest of DRX really do want to try and do something about this. Canyon's out of this fight completely. LazyFeel is so low though, as Ruler looking for some angles, and Willa, he's forced to flash. It's the flash forward from Duro to grab first blood for the Lulu.
Canyon was just keeping Willa at bay for the most part, getting chunked out, losing the trade, but chunking him down. So when Willa says, you know what, I'm going for your bot lane, he's already lost enough health that he can't really make the play happen. A great polymorph from Duro, and the Kog'Maw Lulu showing why it is such a strong combo.
Yeah, working out very, very nicely. He's here on this top lane. Pressing Q is keen, but let's have a look at this replay one more time.
So Willa's already like 45% HP, comes in and gets polymorphed immediately, isn't able to stack up a knock-up on a Ruler, has to flash away and then just goes down. And a lot of summoners burn. LazyFeel just surviving because of the barrier there.
And the spectator bug looking super weird, making Flash look like a dash.
Yeah.
For Duro, that confused me a lot. But thankfully it made the noise, so that helps.
Audio cues helping out.
Yep. Oh, Chovy representing the new Pandemonium Annie skin as well. Look at that.
You know, there's some people who play League of Legends with no sounds.
Oh, that's so hard.
I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, and this was from a while ago, but I'm pretty sure Santorin said he played with no sounds.
Just no sound at all?
Yeah.
Isn't sound incredibly important?
I feel like especially as the game has progressed with things like Scion Ultimate, there's even more audio cues.
Maybe he was playing at the time where Amumu was like global, as I'm gonna have to hold that thought. As Willa gets ulted on here by Canyon, and it's just the Shen delivery. Willa tries to take the scuttle exit, and that will be denied as Canyon gonna grab the second kill here. And this is the danger, right? Like, Canyon can just go in any time that the Stand United is available, and that will happen. Oh goodness, the polymorph is pretty powerful, isn't it? As the culling comes down, but LazyFeel may just die. Has to dash away.
Yeah, Ruler about to get his ultimate. He's trying to get the level. There it is.
Yeah, looking artillery coming down, but it is relatively low range at rank 1.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Santorin who said that, but I'm not 100%. So, you know, fact check that before you make assumptions.
Yep.
But
we have the confirmation that it was Rich who did play the Shen last week, and he did have the same build. But that was on the patch prior.
You know what is nice to see though?
What is that?
We've seen a lot of these Neferis go Spirit Shojin first and like a more bruiser Neferi build. Canyon is going straight for the Cyclo Sword. He's abusing the new item.
That's my boy.
And that item is disgusting. I mean, just ults in, and Willa's level 5, not able to contest, really, not able to disengage with it. And with no flash, it's just an easy pickings for the combo off that Neferi Shen.
And Canyon is the guy that just plays lethality champions into Xin Zhao and kills him all the time. Like, he was the guy that Kazakh's owner, if you remember, in that final.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he's just making it work in a similar vein this time around. Brutalizer completed. Really nice to see that item back. I know it's been back for a little while now, but still very happy, as that one was so good back in the day. My goodness, so incredibly stat efficient, my God. All right, Keen up here having a good time against Rich. But Rich is also doing fine. So, I mean, the Shen is kind of happy just scaling up, but Rich isn't falling behind it. Yeah, he picks it up. Cyclizer.
So, the way they change this item is it now procs your Energize on abilities once you've completed it. You get extra lethality after you proc it.
Yep.
And you deal damage equal to, when you're melee, 9% of the target's current health.
Whoa, the doggos came from everywhere here as Canyon does make his way up, but not before dealing a lot of damage to LazyFeel. Drake goes over to DRX though, and LazyFeel has some honey fruit to eat to help him get back to a decent health bar.
Yeah, so you saw Canyon go in, do a lot of damage, but didn't quite have the follow-up to make it fully work, and it is DRX picking up the dragon.
Yeah, you can see Chovy looking a little worse for wear in this mid lane as well. As Canyon desperately wanting to find an angle here. Does not have it right now, as Wind Becomes Lightning is going to miss. That might be an invitation here, as a dagger will connect onto LazyFeel. Now the flash in, but the polymorph is instant. Duro has been too good on this Lulu at denying any of the action, but Rich, he's dominating forward. The flash from Duro, and Ruler is looking a little too tasty. He's going to get taken down. Oh no!
He has barrier.
That's the Acathian surprise, and LazyFeel does have the barrier to deal with it. Otherwise, he would have been definitely dead.
It was really nice.
Moving up towards the top side.
From Ruler, the ult into passive utilization. But LazyField, cool, calm, and collected, able to mitigate that play. TP comes down from Rich, able to save this one. And you know, we were talking about how the Shen could be so proactive, but this time the Renekton finding an angle to make things happen, trying to back away here from the play, and Ruler's just very overextended in this position.
Yeah, didn't even really see an angle to flash because Rich was there waiting on the other side of the wall.
Yeah.
I like that LazyField waits till the very last second as well to say, no, 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 I'm going to be fine.
That's the thing with the Kog'Maw passive. There's like an audio cue when it's building up.
Yeah,
Why sounds tend to be really important in League of Legends.
Someone needs to tell Santorin. It's all right, Duro might be in trouble again as Lightsling and Carling coming on forward. Does get the stands united. But that means that Keen, now with no teleport or ulti, is going to be a long way away from this turret, and LazyField will get a barrier out from Ruler.
So my general view of Shen is that the ult feels so much better when you're being proactive. Like when Canyon dove in for that fight and had the ult on top, that's exactly what you want for the Shen.
Oh,
what feels bad is when you ult to stop a kill happening, you don't really get any benefit other than mitigating a play, and you just lose so much on the other side of the map. So, you know, Keen saves his teammate, but I don't think it really gets the value he wanted.
2 waves. He just lost 2 waves.
Yeah, and plates over to Rich as well.
Yeah, so this is a very happy Crocodile. Still a decent lead. By decent, I mean they still have a lead as Gen G. But KRX really answering very nicely as R-Buttons just getting thrown around here. Ruler does have his Rage Blade now completed. So that is first item done. LazyField as well, Essence Reaver is done, and he is really playing like a man possessed today. Was the only one with a gold lead, but now Rich is going to join him. So KRX, I mean, this is looking very similar to last time these two teams met, right?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, LazyField and Andal have been doing well in the 2v2.
Yeah.
I was thinking they would struggle with some of these trades into the Kog'Maw Lulu, especially as they're extended, but they're able to handle it pretty well there. Rich just finishes stacking up his coal in this matchup.
Yeah, good movement there as well to avoid the Shadow Dash. So just pretty happy Crocodile. Doesn't have his teleport for the next little while though, so not going to be making any more of those big plays. As it's Canyon moving towards his top side. Keen looks for the taunt, does not get it. Keen not pulling the trigger on the taunt flash.
Yeah, I'll just take that summoner.
Yep.
In that situation. Ardent Sensor completed here for Duro with the Ginsus from Ruler. Pretty strong combo, but Andal has that Echoes of Hellion completed as well.
Yep, LazyField has been done with his item as well pretty quickly. As LazyField now with the culling, Ruler down to 50%, but LazyField as well looking a little bit worse for wear. Ruler just kills him! And he just stands his ground. I mean, it looked very, very close, but now Chovy's moving in, looking for Andal. He will find the stun. There's the ulti from Canyon, and that is going to guarantee it. Down goes the Melio, and Canyon uses Doggos to tank up the turret as well.
LazyField trying to make the aggressive play, but the sustained damage and the protection of this combo allows Ruler to turn the play around. Does get
item spikes as well, really helping out.
Yeah. So using the minions here to block some of the culling and just getting the damage down as LazyField goes aggressive. The protection for Ruler as well. You can see the damage from the Mega Fire Kick. Then he takes him down in here. Chovy goes in and just Qs. You know, knows that he doesn't have to try and outplay Andal when you have a point-and-click stun, tracks the flash, Canyon's there for the cleanup, and there's a big influx of gold for Gen G, adding about 1,000 gold to their lead they had before.
Yeah, and it was really KRX finding some inroads, you know, making up some ground, but they lose a lot of it as they slip on down. Should still be Double Dragon, though, as we can see. They will be able to group up for this one and take it down. Looks like Gen G are distracted by things elsewhere. Canyon on the Krugs right now, so it is going to be Chemtech Soul for the second time today, Orcs. I mean, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but it's just happening more and more. Yukal taking some damage here as we have R-Buttons traded once again. And Willa fighting against Canyon, the Cycler Sword working out here. As Rich trying to get around this minion wave. Polymorph comes on in once again as Ruler wanting to get some plate value where he can. And Canyon could be in some trouble. Is of course the Neferi, so it can bounce over walls and go untargetable, so it'll be all right.
That's one of the things with Neferi is that obviously the W is a great tool for disengaging, but the E is on such a short cooldown. You really have to kind of mess up to get caught out. So even though Canyon looks in a precarious position, is able to disengage quite comfortably. Do you see Genji's bot lane putting more pressure down on the top side, and Chovy moves in to defend bot lane. A lot of plates being picked up, but not able to translate into a tower yet.
Yeah, dangerous time, KRX, because the Stand United is off cooldown. So Genji with a lot of ability to make plays, especially if Canyon's anywhere near Duro. Can make things very hard as, man, the Titanic Hydra Q procs just do so much damage.
Yeah, that's something that people I feel really underestimate, Shen, is how much damage this champion is capable of putting out. It can be a little crazy sometimes.
Yeah, certainly looks like it, as Shelly now trying to fight against Canyon, very close to his Black Cleaver, as well as Lazyfield taking some damage from Ruler. Caustic Spittle coming on down as he gets the extra movement speed, and man, this Lucian just cannot really trade at this point in time as Ruler walking up towards Willa. Has to sidestep the living artillery as Yukao coming on over, gets down a gravity well, but that is all he's really able to offer, and down will go Shelly with not much of a response.
This Cog Lulu just posing such a threat right now. If KRX aren't able to like step up and threaten, he can just get so much damage down to anyone in range, and this composition from KRX is pretty short range. There's no one who's that capable of outranging Ruler other than the culling. That's the only thing that's really a threat. The Arcane Storm can get dropped on you. Those are kind of the concerns, but otherwise, you can kind of just free fire.
Yeah, and they take down their second turret of the game. Keen destroying the top lane and Ruler destroying mid. So 3.3k is what this gold lead has expanded to. King goes back, buys some shoes. Dusk and Dawn probably going to be coming in next if history has taught us anything about what our pros like to build on the Shen. Honestly, I feel like you can build so many items and they work on Shen.
Yeah, I just saw Ruler built the wrong item and refunded it, but it came up with what's it called? The I don't know why it slipped my mind. Fiend Hunter Bolt.
Like? Ah, the Fiend Hunter. Yeah, yeah.
And I was
come
like,
up with that.
I was like, huh. And then he refunded it and went Navori. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
that looks better.
This kind of just gives you so much W uptime as long as you're able to hit targets with your W. You can see in the bottom left, the cooldown can get refunded while you're using your W. So he's still got his W up and the cooldown is back up.
That's ludicrous. It's now Canyon getting turned on here. Might need to flash away and does so. Gets Wild Growth, a very defensive one, but still will keep him alive. And didn't have to invest too much on the side of KRX, right? It's just a culling.
Yeah.
That'll be off cooldown pretty soon. So the problem is they invest a lot of position on the map.
Yeah, they do. And you can just see how much presence there is, though, from, again, from this bot lane duo. But yeah, the Navori just means that one of the big weaknesses of Kog'Maw is...
yeah, W or bust, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
that Tibbers.
We'll hold our thought for a moment. The ulti in from Keen is Rich, I think, has overextended. Teleport from Yukal as well may immediately be regretted as the reset comes on forward and it's a double kill for this Nefiri. Now an angry Pandemonium Tibbers is running on top of them as Keen gets a big old shield. He's going to survive as Ruler is now just hitting them with all of his buttons from a very long way away. Shelly also getting involved, just going to get a charge onto the turret. Won't be able to take it down just yet. Canyon will be able to take down this Brambleback. And Genji off to a 6,000 gold advantage in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, Tibbers does miss there onto Rich, and he thinks, okay, well, this is my time to go. Unfortunately, there's a ton of backup. We kind of highlighted the Shen before, but it just, the Victor TP ending up in this situation against these two champions, not a great time. Ruler even jumps in to follow up. The bleed from Nefiri taking him out.
Yeah.
And for those who do have a gluten intolerance, Ruler's build is no longer okay for you.
That's one for you, Hysterics. I hope you're doing okay. As he was the one that messaged me about it. He's saying the glutinous greaves would be a purchase he's not willing to make, as they could be dangerous.
Yeah.
My friend Tom as well. Just not a huge fan of gluten. But they are gluttonous in a lot of cases.
Gluttonous
when we're on the broadcast with you, they're the glutinous greaves.
Say something one time and you have to live with it forever.
You've locked it in.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit more fun. That's all right. Canyon taking some damage here from Willa. Might be able to offer a little bit back, but does get fiery kicked. And that is going to be the end of that. Still, there is KRX, who did manage to pick up Double Dragon. Will they be able to get Triple Dragon, though, is the question. And by the amount of damage Willa took, I think the answer might be no, as Chovy taking some damage here. Tibbers just gets pulled back, and Willa is out of this fight. So that is going to be Genji locking down the Drake with not much of a response.
Such a struggle for KRX to push up here. I mean, they have 2 dragons in the bag, so it's not the end of the world that this one goes over Genji, especially with it being a Chemtech Soul, but this gold discrepancy once again, it's not as extreme as game 1, but that doesn't say much.
It still feels extraordinarily extreme as Canyon just going to ult on top of Lazyfield. And the Living Artillery comes down. There's Willa finding a bit of an angle here as Canyon just bounces his way out, almost survives. As the Wind Becomes Lightning does go wide, but Willa able to walk it off with the help of Andal and all of his buttons. And so they take down Canyon. Yeah. And they lose no one.
Insane that Willa's able to get out of that again. Andal coming in clutch there to save his jungler. Now Keen stepping up.
Yeah, I don't know whether they're going to be able to keep the Raptor alive. Wow. That is just a dead Willa. Keen just walks up and cues him with some of these autos. He does have to flash to get himself out, as the Shadow Dash does finally come off cooldown.
Yeah, the Shen burst is just a little bit obscene.
Yeah.
I would say very impressive for Willa to survive there. I spoke too soon.
Well, I mean, in that moment, it was. And then afterwards, it wasn't.
Yeah. Lazyfield dashing towards his jungler. The expectation was he'd dash towards the tower. He's very low on HP, though, after the ult from Kog'Maw. And then Willa diving in on the Canyon, keeping up with him. That heal for the ult at the end from Andal, keeping Willa alive, but then just a little bit of an overstep here. It's like he's a Shen. What's he going to do?
Did Duro get the Raptor? I think he might have.
I didn't see, but perhaps.
Not massively important, but it is funny.
Yeah, it's crazy how low Andal and Lazyfield both ended up on the back end of Ruler's ult connecting. Definitely scary.
Yeah. What's also scary is a Chovy that hasn't built a dash cannon. He's gone Leandri's. And there is a lot of health stacking.
Deathfire Touch with Burns, but yeah, not build. I mean, I think he's maybe gone a third.
I mean, he's definitely going to build it this game.
Yeah.
It's just weird that like he normally builds at first item.
He does love that item. Actually, doesn't he normally go Malignance into Rocket Belt on Annie?
Yeah, oftentimes that would be the thing.
Whereas he went Leandri's.
Maybe that's just the way he's evolved the build.
Yeah.
Culling is going to hit onto Ruler. Let's get shielded though as another ult in from Canyon. Finds a triple man. Wild growth there as well. And the Crescent Guard I don't think is going to be guarding anything at all. Down they go. One after the other. Yukal another. Pretty unfortunate teleport, to say the least, as Rich just gets a mega cone out of there. And now this gold lead has erupted.
Seeing to great effect the Neferi Lulu combo from Canyon and Duro just flying in there and disrupting completely KRX.
Dusk and Dawn's completed, by the way, guys. And Keen is really making it look pretty busted.
Yeah.
And it has been nerfed, right? Well, kind of nerfed, because now it heals the Shen.
Well, yeah,
it becomes more immortal, I guess.
It's got a little less stats on it, but the healing pretty powerful in duels or even just in a team fight. Here, though, that combo, the triple knock-up, then Canyon commits onto the kill on the Lazyfield and then can ult back out again. Yukal's TPs haven't been the greatest this game. No. The Victor kind of just ends up in the middle of where you don't want to be.
Yep, certainly some Donald Glover happening for the Victor, unfortunately. And Canyon's 5-1-4 now.
Yeah, he's been having a great series.
He really has. And that's 3 pretty proactive games in a row for Canyon. It's a great thing to see. And I can confirm that back when we had that previous replay, Duro did indeed get the Raptor.
Oh my god, that damage onto Rich is just ungodly.
It's not fair. Oh, and his Endless Hunger is now done for Canyon as well. So
Endless Hunger also did get buffed on this patch to now it operates different for ranged and melee. So melee champions get more ability haste per AD.
That sounds strong.
So yeah, even better for Canyon.
Oh, Shadow Dash going to connect onto Yukal, but not too much more going to come of it.
I mean, ability haste on Neferi is just a little obscene because his E already has basically no cooldown.
And getting more Ws, I think, sounds like a pretty silly thing to be able to do.
Yeah, and just spamming your Q, because not only is it a lot of damage, but you get the healing as well if you hit 2, so...
What's going on here? It's just an Annie walking a crocodile down. And in the meantime, there is a siege towards this bottom side. Lazyfield was coming on over to see whether he could assist Rich, but Chovy catches wind of it. We'll just back away and then move on back to take down this inhibitor turret. Just the war of attrition is something that KRX cannot handle.
Yeah, you can see Rula getting the damage down on the tower here. It looks like they're trying to set up for a play. There's no deep TP wards, though.
Yeah, Kane is going down very low. Still does not have flash. So Duro is going to have to help him. The Wild Growth is going to be employed.
Oh, look at Canyon.
And United is going to be there. Let's see whether Kane is going to make his way back in, as Canyon has to go untargetable and is just obliterated. The 1 versus 5 was an optimistic angle. We were applauding his proactivity. That might be a step.
That was a little too proactive, yeah.
Yeah. There's proactive, and then it's there's the other thing. Is Rula's going to have to flash, but he's then able to do a fair bit of damage. Sands United comes on forward. The fire kick's brilliant, though, to make sure that he goes down, and Rich is the one to punish him. Keen, what the hell was that damage? As he just kills Lazy Feel.
I think that's the Cogmore in combination.
It was that as well. But Rich now going to try and fight Chovy here. Duro moving on over to support. And there are 4 left alive on the side of DRX. They are looking real good. They might even be able to get Soul Point off this.
Yeah, should be able to. A great play coming out from DRX on the back of some... Oh, Chovy.
Well, he is going to dive towards Yukal here as Wind becomes lightning, but doesn't connect. Onto Chovy. Q does land, and Chovy is looking a little worse for wear. Gets the Molten Shield, though, and Tivers will get angry, but I don't think it's going to be angry enough to kill Willa, or will it?
Oh, the burn?
Yeah, the burn is doing a whole lot of work. And Canyon, he's back! And so no Dragon for DRX. As he gets in range for the ulti, and he takes down Willa. The resets fly forward, an instant triple. And yeah, I don't think Lazy Feel wants any part of this.
Oh, and the kick from Andal was so good. I was thinking, has he just saved his entire team? The answer, sadly, was no. Canyon able to find the first kill, get those resets in and clean that up. This was a very long passage of play. And very overextended, yeah. And there's no TP flank from like a Renekton, so they are able to just walk it out. But then Canyon comes in, and it's like, I'm so strong. I can do this. Keen ult me.
I'm flanking.
Keen doesn't ult him. Keen's like, I'm going to go heal in base. I'm going to save my ult for someone else who's not as crazy as Canyon is right now.
Yeah, I can see Keen's expression when he was saying, no, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, and then he does ult in on a Rula, and Rula just dies. And then it was this burst combo of Keen's damage and the Cogmore that just cut the kill there.
So the Acapian surprise is part of what caught me by surprise there. So named correctly, very nicely done.
Now though, you see Genji taking a lot of these structures, only 1 inhibitor left, and Wave is coming in now. That turret is not long for this world.
Yeah, flash taunt, not quite. Oh, that was Mikhail's quite nicely there. So Yukal going to stay alive. Still they take down the turret. Rich turns up. Great knock up with Wild Growth, but Keen will be taken out. DRX looking a little worse for wear, but they're the ones that grab the kills. Willa goes in and then he goes out. Oh, that was
Did he shake it all about?
Yeah, he did the hokey pokey, and he's doing it in the death chamber now. As DRX, without their jungler, it is 4v4, but these Nexus turrets are really struggling at the hands of Ruler especially. Can hit them from such a far distance away. First one is going to be taken down, the next one soon to follow. As the poke is just kind of ludicrous here. Chovy finds an angle onto Rich there as well. Does get that stun down. As every time a dagger lands, I get terrified for someone just bleeding to death.
12 seconds on Willa.
Yeah, Chovy looking for an angle here. Doesn't get stunned up as the living artillery is so problematic as in goes Canyon once again. Man, he is just not afraid of pressing that button. The living artillery grabbing another kill here as both Lazy Feel and Yukal are the victim of that one. Willa now on the fountain as Rich is going to get taken out. There's the triple for Ruler. Will they let him pick up the penta? No, because Chovy just kills the Nexus. Oh my gosh, again! He does it as Genji pick up the 2-0 in Hanoi. What a dominant showing out of this team, especially Canyon.
Yeah.
Man, he was not afraid of going in.
Canyon was on fire in this one, and I think honestly one of the biggest challenges for this Genji in this match was getting pentakills, because Chovy was having none of that.
Absolutely.
Denying multiple teammates from getting those throughout the 2 games. But a very convincing match. You know, DRX, there were hopes that they'd be able to replicate the competition that we had in that match earlier in the season, but it felt like it just fueled Gen G to come in with no punches held back and to demonstrate a pretty crushing victory over DRX here.
Was definitely pretty brutal. As a lot of the fans here to see LazyField, they did, and I think LazyField actually had some good moments at the beginning of that game in particular. Just wasn't quite enough up against a Gen G that had a new take, right? For them, especially. Right, with the Lulu Nefiri combination with some Shen mixed in, Keen, some real clear character development.
They've been listening to Wadid, which is a whole nother conversation we need to have, because that's a dangerous thing to do.
That is a very good point. They didn't play very much Ezreal Nico, so I think you might be onto something.
Yeah, and you know, we saw LazyField and Andal doing pretty good in the 2v2, but Duro and Rula finding this kill. And then it just felt like the rest of Gen G were like, okay, laning phase is over. We're just going to kill everyone on the map again and again.
And when Yukao pressed the teleport button, it really didn't look that bad. And then everyone was there, and it looked really bad.
I honestly think something that would have Yukao would have loved this game is to go back to a state when you could cancel teleport.
Yes.
Because there was multiple times.
Man, it's been cancelable for a great many years now, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a long time. This was another example where, you know, he wants to be there. He wants to be in the fight, but by the time he shows up, it's just not a good time.
Oh, dear. Yeah, that was almost an ace at that point in time as the fire kick, pretty good there to knock down Ruler, but look at the Acathian surprise. Going to be the end of LazyField there. And this was the aftermath of that massive fight. Yeah, and you're right, that was almost the save.
And then he just flash ease in and cleans everyone up.
Having a listen in now. As Keen was dead. That's why he was taking a bit of a sip at that point in time. Still lots and lots of communication between the players here.
I just can't wait till Rula starts saying Penta.
Yeah.
You know what's coming.
It has to happen. All right. So, first kill. First kill. There it is. And G here was like, oh. Okay. It's got to happen. Come on, Ruler. Triple. Penta.
There you go. There you go.
Anya. Yeah, denied immediately. 51.7 thousand damage for Ruler. That is a bit more than double. Nicely played. The Kog'Maw was incredibly problematic in that game.
Yes. Yes. Short range composition as well into this. Just felt like Ruler could run rampant. And yet, despite having a great Kog'Maw game, I think it's probably going to be the jungler getting the POM in this one, is my prediction.
Yep, I would agree. I think that game number 1, Canyon was fantastic. Game number 2, he was also pretty brilliant. And playing the Pantheon that has been losing over and over again and winning in that fashion. 11-4-13 is not a scoreline we see all the time. And then 9-2-6 on his Nefiri, looking absolutely brilliant. And I think so many Gen G fans have been waiting for this guy to truly wake up. He has had some flashes of brilliance. We just need to see this consistently, and I think that this could be the Gen G that, you know, really did take over the LCK back again.
Yeah, Canyon, a phenomenal player, and this level of aggression, I think, suits him very well when we can see him pull this off. We know he's a mechanically very proficient player, so pulling off picks like the Nefiri to great effect. And it's just cool to see some more interesting jungle picks coming out.
Yeah, especially coming out of Gen G, who have had some of the most stale drafts in the past, and we've been very frustrated about it. We were thinking that a change of coaching staff would help that. It's taken a while, but maybe it's starting to, as they are getting into some of the more new flavors that we've been seeing around the LCK. And I hope that they continue to do so, because it invigorates the players as well, right? It's not only us that want to see something else, it's also the fact that the Gen G players will be able to sink their teeth into something a little bit different, perhaps, and find a little bit of fun doing so. As we are going to be heading over to an interview with Canyon, which is going to be on the stage at Hanoi as well, which is going to be very, very fun. You can see all of the translators getting set up there at the same time so that Canyon can communicate with the fans over there. But we'll be getting there pretty soon. making sure that we have everything set up beforehand.
Be cool hearing his thoughts on home ground.
All right, we can head over there right now and hear his thoughts immediately, Ox.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation. We're here joined by Canyon on the side of Genji, who is in Hanoi, Vietnam, for the KRX Homefront stage. Please say hello to the fans first. And how do you feel about today's victory? Hello, I'm Canyon of Genji. We came all the way to Vietnam, and just seeing the fans send us energy on site gave us the energy to actually go ahead and win today, and I feel like it went really well thanks to all the fans.
Câu hỏi thứ hai dành cho tuyển thủ Canyon là việc chuẩn bị cho sự kiện LCK Roadshow đầu tiên ở Việt Nam thì đã diễn ra như thế nào? Bạn có thể chia sẻ về cái quá trình chuẩn bị của Genji cho sự kiện này được không ạ?
이번 베트남에서 있는 LCK 로드쇼 어떻게 준비했는지.
So how did you prepare for the first LCK Roadshow event in Vietnam?
LCK 로드쇼 준비하면서 어떻게 준비했는지.
In terms of preparation for this stage, we didn't do anything different, nothing special. I think just playing out a match, an LCK match overseas, it's such a new experience, and I had a lot of fun.
Nên là đây cũng là một trải nghiệm khá là thú vị đối với tôi.
Ở trong ván đấu thứ hai thì các bạn khán giả đã rất là bất ngờ khi mà nhìn thấy Genji Sport lựa chọn con bài Cosmo và con bài Shen. Đây không phải là những lựa chọn mà chúng tôi thường được thấy Genji chọn ở tại LCK, đặc biệt là trong mùa giải này. Vậy thì bạn có thể chia sẻ lại kế hoạch của đội hay không ạ?
두 번째 판에서
In game 2,
쉔 픽했잖아요.
you guys picked Shen and Kog'Maw, and these are picks that you don't normally see in the LCK. So can you walk us through these picks? The Kog'Maw, Lulu, and Shen. We actually showcased, or we have experience facing this comp in first stand, and we had a really bad experience. It was a really bad blow that we had to take, and I think it's just something that we had to sort of learn from other teams. We always have those sort of takeaways from participating in overseas tournaments. So, and when it comes to drafts, we try to consider all the possible picks that we have actually seen and experienced firsthand.
Xin cảm ơn phần trả lời của Canyon ạ. Câu tiếp theo thì chúng tôi xin hỏi về game đấu thứ hai, tiếp tục là Nafiri. Thì bạn đã có một màn trình diễn rất tốt với tướng Nafiri và đặc biệt là sử dụng một trang bị mới được buff là kiếm điện phong. Thì bạn có thể chia sẻ một chút xíu về cái trang bị mới được buff này cùng với Nafiri được không ạ?
And also in game 2, you played Nafiri.
벼락 폭풍검으로 버프 받는 거 그거에 대해 이게.
And so with the item that you picked today, the build with the storm, with the Nafiri, what are your thoughts on the changes? I felt like the item change and the buff was actually really good for Nafiri in terms of the playstyle, and I feel like it's a really good item that suits Nafiri.
Và trong đó thì có Nafiri, nên là tôi nghĩ tôi cũng nên xài thử, và khi tôi xài thì tôi thấy item này rất hợp với Nafiri.
Một lần nữa các bạn khán giả hãy cùng với chúng tôi chúc mừng cho Canyon đã có được danh hiệu POM tuyển thủ xuất sắc nhất ở trong trận đấu này. Vậy thì Minh Nghi muốn hỏi Canyon là anh cảm thấy như thế nào, hoặc là anh tự đánh giá mình được bao nhiêu điểm ở trong màn thể hiện của trận đấu vừa rồi?
And that was in terms of Storm Raider's search.
POM 받으셨잖아요. 자기의 경기력, 오늘 경기력 스스로 판단하면은.
Or it was for a voltaic cycle sword. I'm sorry. Okay, how would you rate your performance today? I think I would rate myself 8 out of 10 today.
Xin được cảm ơn và một lần nữa chúc mừng Canyon với BM và chiến thắng vừa rồi ạ. Xin cảm ơn bạn ạ.
And that's all from Canyon, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear, for that awesome translation. As, Gen.G kind of crushed them at their own home front. I suppose it's not too big of a surprise. Although, I mean, KRX was able to do better in the past. But, Gen.G seems to be back on form, at least in front of a crowd.
Man, I'm just glad that Canyon mentioned about the first stand and the picks from the second best region.
The Kog'Maw.
The Shen.
The Shen.
Yes. I mean, I think like it was great draft like overall, you know, like I think Lucian Emilio right now is one of the great pick in the bot lane. You can just easily blind pick. But
where's Mundo?
You have Mundo. I mean, you have Kog'Maw and Shen.
They actually could have picked.
Yeah, they could have Mundo.
But Nefiri was pretty good because they had
next time.
And Canyon liked to go in and make them jump up into the air when he got the wild growth. That was actually Duro who made that happen, but you know, he set it up. It's a really strong combo, as we've seen, whether it's the Fury in the top lane or the Fury in the jungle. And unfortunately, DRX just couldn't coordinate a defense of any of the attacks that we saw through the mid game there, and they kind of fell apart. Even though the laning phase was decent, just ultimately not enough.
Yeah, and also I really like the rune choice from Chovy as well. I was like kind of like putting on some question marks on it because the Deathfire touch on Annie doesn't sound really good. Like you normally run Electrocute, but he dealt 3.2k at the end, so like it does a lot.
Tibbers was touching.
Yes, he was touching, man.
He was
everywhere.
It's really easy to keep applying it with the Tibbers. Obviously, we saw it in a lot of those team fights, and Chovy just did so much damage. I think overall the comp for Gen.G was pretty easy to execute, but at the end of the day, like, you know, Kog'Maw gets big, and then, you know.
Yeah, he did a lot of damage, and we do have to go into our POM votes here. Almost everybody did go for the correct vote, which was Canyon, but some of us did not. We have some when in doubt Chovy voters there, including Jonah Strong. Care analysts did go for the top lane, and one support vote.
Can you support your support vote with
course.
some logic?
What do you mean by?
I mean, I as a professional analyst, I think I kind of break down that game, and I think I felt great about like Gen.G's performance, and especially if Gen.G wants its crown back, then I think the bot duo, the bot laners, must lead the charge, and I think it was the biggest concern on Gen.G right now because I think like Ruler and Duro didn't perform that well in the laning phase. They have so many oopsies. Like, for example, I think they got so many solo killed by so many different bot laners. But I think at this point, they're bringing up some new champions like Kog'Maw Rulu, and also like with the Jhin Karma. I think even though we all say Jhin Karma is one of the easiest bot lane duo to get the pressure with the bot lane, I think it's still hard to execute it well. But I think they did really well about
I think
that.
you're being given a bit of a hard time because honestly, the wild growths were great. The Karma performance changed that top side fight.
Yeah,
I
mean, you know, like I kind of wanted to like talk about the Gen.G in general. You know,
I was personally impressed that this polar bear can survive even in humid climates. It's not normal where polar bears find themselves.
Yeah,
you know?
Correct.
They like the tundra. You know, they're a little bit more on the very, very cold parts of the planet and not in the middle part where it's really warm, which is where they are right now in Hanoi. So
yeah,
good work.
That is true. Big
Played a great
polar
Nefiri.
dog from Helios, which I suppose is the best of both worlds because you get big dog in there, but you also fit in the polar bear that Canyon is, so kind of makes a sense. A bear's agility or strength, a tiger's agility, and a dog's grit. I like that, actually, combining all of it, all the animals involved, you know?
Yeah, clean.
Very clean comment, yeah.
God Templar, he never misses, except with the diapers.
Yeah. Who let the dogs out from Pony? That's a good one.
Not very original, but also very appropriate.
Yeah, a lot of Nefiri love here. And Kenny did have a good Nefiri game, a great Nefiri game. Brought out the Cyclo Sword Jug King.
That's a clean throwback.
Jungle King, yes.
That's his solo QID.
Yep.
And it's a good one from Ox. And then Keen got a vote. Keen, the shield of Genji, but this shield also attacked.
I mean, he did attack with the Scion. He solo killed Gnar,
yeah.
by the way.
That did happen.
That did happen, yes.
So,
that
I mean,
was...
look, Keen's it's a decent shout. I'll give some credit.
Yeah,
Canyon, I do think took over both games pretty handily.
Yeah, Prince and Tizik did go for the Keen votes, so at least there was more than one, as that's all the comments we have. So let's take a look at the standings after this win from Genji, who do move up to 9-3, getting dangerously close to KT, who must feel that heat very close by.
KT, if they lose to B&K, then they'll be tied if they lose 2-1. If they lose 2-0, Genji will actually take position in second place at the end of this week, which is pretty crazy to think. Hanwha Life Esports also have their match later on against QMDRX, which they're expected to win, and they might end up finding themselves even further ahead, as they're at plus 15 right now and could end the week at plus 17. I think that's the expectation. That KT matchup is Saturday Showdown. It's tomorrow. It's a banger. And the bros, the bro-mentum has never been stronger.
Yeah, I mean, I think KT looking still really strong, but on the other hand, we have Nongshim and Bro. I mean, Nongshim right now, they are struggling, but Hanjin Brion, they are probably the strongest right now ever from their history. So we can see it more with the Lonely Knight as well.
Yeah, and if you took a look at the standings a little bit closer and saw Nongshim and Bro, they're actually pretty close. I think they're only one match apart, with Nongshim ahead by just a little bit. So it should be a very hype match for that one. Make sure you guys are tuning in tomorrow for more of the LCK, but for now, have a good night.
변화라는 변수가 있었다 보니 새로운 분위기에서 한번 해봐야겠죠. 세훈의 기획을 너무 좋았습니다. 세훈의 이 노란색도 참 잘 어울리겠네요.
He's going to be able to survive. In fact, he will not. He flashes into the maw. The beat he prepared earlier.
Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.